Then John Kinman in the number 63 Austin Mini, lining up.
paddock, so once it gets back, then we'll be good to go. Marshall's now returning to their posts, so our thanks to them for a rapid recovery. And the mist is also moving away as well. I can actually see all the way across the Forth in towards Edinburgh now. So
visibility has improved massively in the last few minutes. So that's all very positive. So we're just waiting for the recovery trucks to get through the pathway into the paddock. Has been opened up by the marshals there, so it looks like the Fiat's going to be towed all the way back through, and then we'll be into our Fiesta ST. So first of 13 races we're going to see on track today. It'll be a 12-lap race, and then after that we'll get the Mini Coopers second race of the weekend, Superlap Scotland practice, and then Legends and Mod Sports taking us towards lunchtime. So, still a slight delay here before going up into the paddock, but we should be underway in just a moment. So Jerry Henry could be one of the few drivers ever to do a 100% season. As I mentioned earlier, it was done last year in Class A of the Classic Sports and Saloons. Ian Mitchell did it in Class A, and he had to fight for it every race. He didn't lead every lap of every race. He had to fight for his class wins every time, but it's a fantastic achievement because it's not just reflecting the driver's ability, because the driver's obviously got to have the talent and ability to win each race, but it's also the team that goes with it, because none of these drivers are operating alone here. There's always a team of mechanics to help get that car on track and keep it there. So to have the car prepared to perfection and reliable in every race and finishing every race is an achievement in itself, never mind the driver actually then winning each race. So it's a fantastic reflection on the whole team to achieve a 100% record, which is what we might see with Jerry Henry. But of course there's several other Fiesta drivers, all with the intent of preventing that from happening, and that's what's going to be the interest in the last 4 rounds of this Fiesta series. So the paddock entrance is now closed. Marshall's bolting up the gate, so we should be good to go any moment now. So track is clear and ready, and we look forward to the first of our 2 Fiesta races. The second Fiesta race after this one will be out at 1:15 this afternoon. In fact, that's the category for which we're going to be getting the grid walk at lunchtime. So as I mentioned before, if you want to take part in the grid walk, then during the lunch break get yourself round to the circuit office where you'll be able to queue up, and at the appropriate time and you'll be taken down to the grid and you can get up close and personal with the cars and drivers. It's a great place to be, a great thing to do actually at lunchtime, and we'll hopefully see you there. We'll also, we're planning to get a bit of a chat with Stuart Gray, our events director, at lunchtime as well. He's been one of the driving forces behind bringing the McRae Rally Challenge to Knockhill for this year, and we'll hear a little bit more about that, in fact a lot more about that at lunchtime. As Chris said earlier, if you haven't got tickets for it yet, well, you can buy them at the circuit office today. You can get them on knockhill.com. Absolutely check out all the details of the fantastic event we've got coming up next weekend. Superstars of the rally and motorsport world who you'd never see anywhere else together at the same time, all going to be here at Knockhill next weekend. World Rally champions, both navigators and drivers. We've got IndyCar champions, Indy 500 winners, Le Mans winners, all going to be here, along with 3 generations of the McRae family, and that's to enjoy next weekend. Meanwhile, the Fiesta STs are out behind the safety car on their formation lap. They'll go from here onto the grid and into a standing start, and then a 12-lap race. 25 points for a race win, 20 points for second place, 16 for third, and so on down the order. So a lot to play for here. If Dave Colville wants to try and win this championship, he's got to try and win this race. He's in the car 52, he's starting third on the grid, but the man who's going for the 100% record is in the white number 1 car at the front. But keep an eye as well on Jamie Dickey, second on the grid, car 99. He's been very much on form this weekend, very quick through pre-race testing yesterday. and obviously very quick in qualifying to get himself onto the front row. And we will have all our questions answered in the next 12 minutes or so as Jerry Henry leads the cars to the grid. Now, Jerry, being on the right-hand side of the road, is maybe got a marginal disadvantage in terms of traction off the line. It's not the grippiest part of the track. There's a little bit more grip towards the left-hand side, which is strange because the Knockhill start-finish line is actually a slight curve, and the apex of the curve is pretty much where pole position is, but it's not a bit of the track that most people use. So Jerry Henry sitting there on pole, car number 1, and Jamie Dickey, car 99, alongside. Then behind them on the second row we have Dave Colville and Michael Gordon in the number 30 car. So, countdown has started. Well, we've got the 30-second board shown. This is up to 30 seconds, of course. It doesn't mean it will be 30 seconds. So, almost immediately we get the 5-second board. That means the lights are going to start coming on. And the red light's coming on now. Engine notes rising. And away we go. Good start from Dave Colville. A rocket ship start from the 17 car of Angus Ross on the third row. He's already overtaken second row starter Michael Gordon. It's side by side for the lead of the race. So Jerry Henry is the inside for turn 1. Jamie Dickey drives round the outside of him. Jamie Dickey leads as they go down through Leslie's for the first time in towards McIntyre's. And I can see Dave Colville going offline to defend into McIntyre's to retain his third position. That's allowed the first two to get a few lengths clear at the front of the pack. Everybody safely through the first couple of corners, though, as we got through the chicane. It's the 99 car, Jamie Dickey, in the lead from Jerry Henry in second place and Dave Colville in third. Up through Clark Corner they come. And in fourth place, we've got the red car, number 35 of Andrew Mackey, so he's made up one place off the start line. And is he going to challenge Dave Colville at the hairpin? He was thinking about it, but he stayed in line behind him as they came through the corner. And the man who's trying to make up time is dropping to sixth position there is Michael Gordon, from fourth in the grid down to sixth. But he's got to find his way past the very rapid starting number 17 car of Angus Ross. So the two of them battling in the midfield. But at the front is Jerry Henry, right on the tail of Jamie Dickey as they go into turn 1 once again down the hill through Leslie's, and a big slide from Jamie Dickey. He almost binned it there coming through Leslie's, but he's kept the thing together. How on earth he got to the apex of McIntyre's, I'll never know. He was completely sideways coming out of Leslie's, and Jerry Henry just lifted it off, gave him room. He didn't want to get alongside him. He could have put his nose in there and tried to take the lead, but I think he didn't want to take the risk there. Jamie Dickey almost going off the track, but strangely enough, he's actually extended his lead after all that, because Jerry Henry, in cautious avoidance, backed right out of it, and so Jamie Dickey, if anything, is slightly further ahead after that incident at Leslie's. Into the hairpin they come, and that will have shaken Jamie Dickey a little bit and given Jerry Henry a little cause for optimism. Meanwhile, they're not pulling away any further from Dave Colville, who's in third position. He's not quite within striking distance, but he has set the fastest lap of the race as Dave Colville, a 62.23, which is about a tenth of a second quicker than the two cars in front of him. But Dave Colville still under pressure from Andrew Mackey, though, as they go into Duffus, and he's having to go defensive into McIntyre's to defend his third place, so that's not allowing him free rein to go off and try and reel in the leading pair, who are seemingly extending their lead out ahead of him. Jerry Henry dropping about half a second back now from Jamie Dickey. Jamie, having recovered from that little incident on lap 2, is driving very neat and tidy and making no mistakes, leaving no openings for Jerry Henry here. But Jerry not getting left behind. But let's see what he can do. They come into the hairpin. This time Jerry Henry is close enough to be distracted Jamie Dickey, but not quite close enough to outbreak him into the hairpin there. And of course, there's the added complication that the track is damp offline and making it very difficult to overtake, which of course necessitates a move off onto the damp part of the track. Down the hill they go through to McIntyre's, and Jerry Henry is very quick through Leslie's. He can sense an opportunity there against Jamie Dickey as they head between Leslie's and McIntyre's, but it'd be a very difficult move to do. as the two leaders extending the lead now. Jamie Dickey now has the fastest lap of the race, a 61.751. Jerry Henry and a 61.769. So they're the two fastest men on the track. They're half a second quicker than anybody else on that last lap. Nobody else is below 62 seconds, but the two of them lapping very quick. Here comes Jerry Henry again. Is he going to take a look at the hairpin this time through? Nobody is almost within bumper tapping distance. Side by side for the lead as they went towards turn one this time at Duffus. Jerry Henry having a look at going around the outside. Jamie Dickey defended it. So Jerry Henry beginning to just gradually increase the pressure on the lead car. And that is beginning to tell. Although Jerry Henry makes a mistake coming out the chicane, he bumps along the gravel, and that puts him in perilous a position relative to Dave Colville, who's come storming up behind him. That's the first mistake I've seen all year from Jerry Henry, and he's now under real pressure. He set the fastest lap of the race last time through, but this time through he's under real problems now, because Dave Colville coming up the inside in towards the hairpin could put him down into third position. That's exactly what's just happened. Dave Colville goes up to second position, and that leaves Jamie Dickey way out in front now. A substantial lead for Jamie Dickey as we get to the point where we've only got 7 laps to go, so we're coming up towards the halfway point. But Jerry Henry fighting back on the straight side by side with Dave Colville as they go under the Beechings Bridge, but Jerry Henry has the inside for Duffus and manages to regain his second position. And down towards McIntyre they go, and down towards Butchers, and I think Jerry Henry's just got away with it. He's pulled an extra car length on Dave Colville through that section, but Dave Colville quicker through the chicane as Jerry Henry understandably cautious that time through. He didn't want to make the same mistake again, so Dave Colville still in the equation in third position, challenging Jerry Henry to come out of Clark Corner. And this is not Jerry Henry's game plan. He could lose his 100% record here as we approach half distance, and he is defending from Dave Colville rather than attacking Jamie Dickey at this point. Into the hairpin they go, and of course behind Dave Colville is Andrew Mackey in the red number 35 car. He must fancy his chances of a podium here if this race continues to develop like this. Jamie Dickey, though, must be fancying his chances for a race win, because he's 2.17 seconds ahead of Jerry Henry. 6 laps completed, 6 laps to go. Down the hill they go at Duffus, round through Leslie's, and Jerry Henry quicker through there. He's pulled a couple of car lengths on Dave Colville as they went through that section of track. Now he might be quicker through the chicane this time, that he's got his confidence back through that corner. Yes, he is indeed. And I think he's just about staved off the Dave Colville attack now, but he's dropped a long way back from the lead from Jamie Dickey, 2.17 seconds. That will be very tough for him to make up as they go through to the second half of this race. And round the hairpin they come, and Dave Colville right back on the tail of Jerry Henry, though. Jerry Henry is not getting away from Dave Colville, so I don't know if Dave Colville's got fired up with a sniff of a chance of beating Jerry Henry, or whether Jerry Henry is just being a little bit cautious to make sure he gets to the end of the race here. It's difficult to work out what's happening, but the fastest lap is still with Jerry Henry, still the fastest man on track. But Jamie Dickey driving a copybook race. He's extended the lead by another 1/10 of a second on that last lap. So Jamie Dickey now 2.2 seconds ahead. And round they come to Clark Corner once more with, I don't think there's any chance of Jerry Henry launching an attack on Jamie Dickey now. He's dropped too far back. And with just, it'll be 4 laps to go after they complete this lap. That'll be 2/3 distance. And this is I wouldn't say a shock result, but it's a slight surprise result. But Dave Colville will want to make it into a shock result if he can get ahead of Jerry Henry here, because it's Jerry Henry is just not getting away from him. Dave Colville is lapping almost as quick as Jerry. In fact, Dave Colville's just in a personal best last time through at 1 minute 1.9. Just a few hundreds slower than Jerry Henry's last lap, but Jerry's just not getting away. This is a fascinating race. Jamie Dickey, though, let's not take anything away from him. He's driven an absolute copybook race. He's quick all day yesterday, quick through testing, fastest in one or two of the sessions. And yeah, it's showing on track now. Dave Colville, meanwhile, has pulled away now substantially from Andrew Mackie. I think Andrew Mackie must have made a little mistake somewhere. He's dropped a couple of seconds back. But the battle is on for who's going to finish second, who's going to finish third here. I think we know who's going to win it if there's no unexpected events in the last 3 laps of the race, as Jamie Dickey comes into the hairpin once again in the 99 car, leading now. Well, it was 1.87 seconds was the gap last time, so it's come down a little bit. Let's see what it's down to this time as they cross the line now, and it's come down to 1.7 seconds. So Jerry Henry gaining a tenth or two per lap on the leader, but that's not enough with 3 laps to go. He's got to concentrate now on trying to keep Dave Colville behind him, and his lead over Dave Colville is just half a second as they cross the line, 0.514 of a second. Dave Colville about 4 or 5 car lengths behind as they exit McIntyre's there. Up over the brow of the hill at the chicane, and everybody neat and tidy through there this time through. Track now almost 100% dry on the racing line. There's still a few greasy patches offline, which still means that overtaking is a bit of a challenge at certain points, particularly the hairpin. But the main racing line is dry, so the lap times we're seeing are pretty much the normal competitive dry weather times, as Dave Colville closes in a little bit on the back of Jerry Henry under braking, but he's nowhere near quick enough to challenge for position at this stage. As we go on to the penultimate lap now, the gap was 1.7 from first to second. It's now 1.6, so another tenth of a second goes from Jamie Dickey's lead. I think Jamie will be quite comfortable with that, though. He'll know his lap times are good. He'll be seeing it on his lap timer in the car, and he knows he just has to keep it mistake-free for the next couple of miles, and he will be home in the lead. So 2 laps to go, including the one they're on. And Dave Colville's going to have to find a little bit extra. He's just lapping 100th of a second slower than Jerry Henry last time round. So there's nothing in it between the two of them, really, as they come up through Clark Corner again. Dave Colville giving it everything. He's trying to catch up, and he is actually closing the gap here. He's almost within slipstreaming distance now of Jerry Henry as they come down towards the hairpin. It'll be a huge lunge if he wants to try and take the second place from there, but he does the sensible thing, just slots in behind Jerry Henry and follows him through the hairpin once more. So it's this lap or never for Dave Colville if he wants to try and take second position, and it's this lap that has to be mistake-free now from Jamie Dickey if he wants to win the race. Dave Colville in second will have noticed that he's dropped a little bit further back from Jerry Henry that lap, because Jerry Henry's just set the fastest lap of the race at 61.62, and he is now closing in very quickly on Jamie Dickey. Actually, the gap at the front now down to 1.1 seconds. So they have Jamie Dickey's just let them close in a little bit further last time through. But Jamie Dickey now just has 2 corners to go. He's approaching Clark Corner. He's safely through there, and he just needs to make sure he gets the hairpin right, and he could disrupt Jerry Henry's 100% record. They head down the straight. Jerry Henry closing in rapidly, actually, bringing Dave Colville with him to some extent, but not rapidly enough. He's not within striking distance. Jamie Dickey's let him close right up though as they come through the hairpin. Jamie Dickey is that leads out the hairpin. 1 gear change to go. He's got that right, and Jamie Dickey takes the checkered flag for his first win of the year. Jerry Henry loses his 100% record, but takes an excellent second place ahead of Dave Colville in third. And that is a fantastic win for Jamie Dickey. A flawless drive, outdrove the champion, and Jerry Henry made a mistake, of course, at the hairpin, which dropped him back from Jamie Dickey and prevented him from attacking Jamie Dickey later on in the race. But on the last lap there, Jerry Henry set an improved fastest lap, a 61.546, and the gap at the end between Jamie Dickey and Jerry Henry was 0.722 of a second. So in the last 3 laps, Jerry Henry took a second out of Jamie Dickey's lead, but it wasn't enough, and a thoroughly well-deserved victory from Jamie Dickey. So 99 Jamie Dickey wins the race ahead of number 1 Jerry Henry in second position. 52 Dave Colville was third, ahead of Andrew Mackie, number 35. Michael Gordon at number 30 was in fifth. Then it's number 17 Angus Ross in sixth position, ahead of Lachlan McLaughlin, who finishes second to Angus Ross in the newcomers chase there. Lachlan McLaughlin in car 24 finishing 7th. And Lucy Hales-Maver and Callum Bruce bringing up the rear in cars 23 and 79. So a great win for Jamie Dickey. Well done to him. And commiserations to Jerry Henry for losing his 100% record. But at the same time, 100% record over the season is a very, very rare thing. So it's mainly a bonus rather than essential for winning the championship. So Jamie Dickey, though, winning, but Jerry Henry outscoring his main rival Dave Colville, which is one of the important things for him. So he gains another few points over Dave Colville. In fact, he gains another 4 points over Dave Colville, which means he's now 60 points ahead in the championship. And if he does the same again in the second race, he will be champion, as long as he finishes ahead of Dave Colville. So there we are. That's the first of our 2 Fiesta ST races. 12-lap race there. Jamie Dickey winning it, and he'll be delighted, I'm sure, when he gets out the car. And Chris, you'll be able to experience that delight with him.
Absolutely, and of course the top 3 now just pulling into the winner's circle, and I'd be very interested to see Jamie Dickey's reaction to that win, and also his reaction to that very dramatic moment that he had on lap 2 there, because it sounded like a real rallycross style incident out there on track. I've also seen number 17 Angus Ross pulling in, the best of the newcomers, and of course number 24 Lachlan McLaughlin, the best of our challenge class contenders as well. So we've pretty much got a full house here in the Fiesta STs. Of course, you've got the overall class, the newcomers class, and the challengers class, all pretty much racing with each other and independently as well, which is one of the reasons why Fiesta ST competition is always so enthralling to see. And the drivers just climbing out their cars, getting a bit quick breather after what must have been a very, very intense race. And with me now, number 99, Jamie Dickey. Jamie, that was a very strong result there, strong victory for you, but that moment on lap 2, that must have set your heart racing.
Yeah, that wasn't my finest moment there. I didn't need to be doing stuff like that, but yeah, I got away with it, so it worked out in the end.
And there was a big battle as well between you and Jerry at the start there. Your perspective on that?
Yeah, I think being second.
The newcomers class, your perspective on that race?
Yeah, that was really good. I took myself by surprise at how good a start I got there. I think that's the best start I've ever had in a Fiesta, so I was really chuffed with that one. Good start.
And one more race again later on this afternoon. You're looking forward to that one? Perhaps another newcomers class win?
Yeah, that would be nice to get 2 in a row again. Yeah, that would be excellent. See what the weather says. I think the rain is due later on, so hopefully we get out before that downpour comes.
Absolutely. Congratulations there, Angus. And finally, Lachlan McLaughlin, second place in the newcomers and, of course, winner in the challengers class. Lachlan, a strong result for you in the challengers class.
Yeah, another tough fight in the challenge class. No, I'm just really happy. I managed to hold on to the pack a bit more, and yeah, my driving's come on a lot since last time, so yeah, really happy.
Congratulations there. So that concludes the first race of the Fiestas. And, of course, just to run you through the trophy order and the podium order, it is, of course, David Colville, third place, so he's third position in car number 52. Second place, car number 1, it is Jerry Hendry. And then, of course, rounding out the top step of the podium, our race 1 winner, car number 99, Jamie Dickey. And that rounds out the Fiesta's race number 1. Next up, it's the Citroen C1s.
Yeah, they're already on track for their formation lap behind the safety car. So on pole position for this one is number 18, Gregor McFadden, in the white, blue and orange car. And then championship leader Aidan Wilson behind him in the number 24 car. Second row of the grid, we've got championship contender James Hitchin, the number 27 car, and the 117 of Mark Nisbet. On the third row, we've got number 9 Matthew Baldy and number 77 James McCracken. Behind them, Henry Gillespie, number 8, lines up 7th, alongside Josh Gilding in the 560 car. Josh, a drummer in the Grenadier Guards, he's making his first appearance here at Knockhill in the Army liveried car, and certainly based on what he was saying yesterday, thoroughly enjoying his first experience here in Scotland. Liam Kelso, number 59, lines up 9th on the grid alongside Kenny Dock in the number 6 car. Then we've got Sam Milne, 21, Peter Eadie on his comeback after a couple of races away. He is in car 44, lining up 12th. And then Glenn Alcock, another man on a bit of a comeback after some surgery on his hands. He's enjoying his return to the tracks in the number 79 car on 13th position on the grid. So cars lining up. Slightly damp track shouldn't make a lot of difference to these cars. This is all about momentum conservation in these cars. They're slow, but they're still very raceable. It's all about very neat, tidy, consistent driving, just using the momentum of the car, not scrubbing off speed with any unnecessary sliding around and things. And it's fascinating to watch, and it always delivers very, very close racing. So looking forward to this one. It's a 10-lap race, this one. And we've got a 30-second board, and then we'll see the 5-second board, which is being made ready now and displayed. So Gregor McFadden versus Aidan Wilson for the drag race at the first corner, with James Hitchin and Martin Nisbet on the second row behind them. Red lights coming on, and away we go. A poor start from the pole position man, a very rapid start from Aidan Wilson. So Aidan Wilson in the 24 car moves across and takes the lead. Side by side for third position, but I think James Hitchin is going to have the inside of the corner, so he should get that pale blue car into third position. No, he's still side by side with Martin Nisbet as they go down the hill, and still side by side as they get towards McIntyre's, but James Hitchin goes into third position finally as they go through McIntyre's. But that all has allowed Aidan Wilson to sprint away in the 24 car at the front of the field as they head through the chicane. Everybody safely through so far, and along towards Clark Corner. Aidan Wilson has a healthy lead ahead of pole position man Gregor McFadden, who's fending off the attentions of James Hitchin as they come up through Clark Corner, with Mark Nisbet in behind them. Round onto the straight towards the hairpin they come, and Aidan Wilson with a handy lead, but Gregor McFadden closing up rapidly under braking. A couple of cars trying to swap positions further back. The 77 car up into fifth position there, that is James McCracken, the Martini liveried car, and behind them we've got two cars side by side coming across the line. But Aidan Wilson, his lead has come down dramatically. It's now down to about 1.5 car lengths over Gregor McFadden. Gregor charging back to try and make up for his poor start, and almost within outbraking range as they went into turn one. Down the hill they go, and still Aidan Wilson in front, but he's going to have to keep an eye on his right-hand mirror as they turn into McIntyre's. And he was quicker through McIntyre's than McFadden, and McFadden drops back into the clutches of James Hitchin behind him as this three-car battle for the lead develops. Aidan Wilson a little bit quicker through the chicane, but Gregor McFadden now has his hands full. James Hitchin is right on his tail as they come towards Clark Corner. Still Wilson leads up through Clark, and we've got James...
himself right to the back of Gregor McFadden. McFadden has dropped back a little bit. Side by side for second position, and James Hitchin had to go around the outside of McFadden. Duffin was just about going to McIntyre, but his hand was fucked up there. But back to the second place, back to Hitchin and McFadden has caused Martin Nisbet and others going up. A little bit shaky there in the battle for the last position. All of that allowing him to get ahead of him. And he is going to come on and he's now in a different one way. He's going to get that second position
Place from James Hitchin, gets a wee nudge on it, and a wee nudge at speed as well. James Hitchin desperately trying to find a way to get past again, but behind them we've got Martin Nisbet and James McCracken bumper to bumper as well. So a 4-car battle going on there for second and third position. 6 laps to go still, so we've got plenty of racing mileage left, but Aidan Wilson has wrapped this one up. He's almost 2 seconds clear now as the battling foursome head down to McIntyre's once again, and almost sideways for James Hitchin through there. That's lost him a lot of time on the corner exit at McIntyre, and he's got Martin Nisbet tapping his boot lid as they came down towards Butchers, and that's given Gregor McFadden just a little bit of breathing space at the chicane, but James Hitchin was quicker through the chicane and is beginning to claw back some of that advantage. But all of this is slowing them down. Every lap they're going slower and slower compared to the leader. They were 3/4 of a second slower last time round, and that is just allowing Aidan Wilson to head towards a dream result. Side by side for fifth position I should say, and that's the 77 car of James McCracken up the inside at the hairpin. He gets ahead of Mark Nisbet's 117 car and manages to stay there on the exit. It's the corner exit is very difficult for these cars. If you've got ahead of somebody through the hairpin, you generally lose a little bit of speed on the exit, and that's what's happened to the 77 car, James McCracken. They're getting repassed by Martin Nisbet. They're side by side under the Beatson's Bridge. Martin Nisbet has the inside for Duffus. He should be able to take the position, but the 77 car of James McCracken fighting back. They're side by side down the hill, and Martin Nisbet has the position. Every lap, James Hitchin, when he gets to McIntyre's, there's a big puff of tyre smoke from him as he locks the wheel, throws the car in. And he, though, has a lot of fresh air behind him now. That squabbling between Martin Nisbet and James McCracken has dropped them off that second and third place battle. So James Hitchin can now focus on looking ahead and trying to attack Gregor McFadden once again. And they are running absolutely nose to tail as they head down towards the hairpin, but Aidan Wilson still well ahead as the battle continues behind them. James McCracken, the 77, now trying to outbrake Mark Nisbet's 117 car at the hairpin. What a battle that is. They're just passing and repassing all the way through the race so far, and again the slowing down effect of that has allowed Henry Gillespie to come into play behind them. Henry Gillespie has now set the fastest lap of the race too, 1 minute 9.969. so Henry Gillespie down in 6th position in car 8 is the fastest man on track right now as the battle continues for second place ahead of them, and the battle is on for 4th, 5th and 6th. But currently in 4th place is 77 James McCracken in the Martini-esque liveried car heading through McIntyre's, but he's got Martin Nisbet almost tapping his boot lid, and then Henry Gillespie right there with them as well. So that's now a 3-car battle for 4th behind the 2-car battle that's going on for 2nd place. 4 laps to go, including the one they're on out of the 10-lap race. Aidan Wilson, inch perfect so far. His lead up to almost 2.5 seconds now. 2.453 seconds is the lead advantage. And down they come towards the hairpin again. The second place battle. Gregor McFadden's going to have to watch his mirrors here. James Hitchin is close enough to take a lunge if he wanted to. He hasn't done it though. But he's going to get a good toe up the straight. The aerodynamic slipstream is going to work from up the straight. Not that there's a vast toe available at the low speeds of these Citroen C1s, but it's still there nonetheless. And James Hitchin there in third place, trying to work out a way to get up to second if he can. The battle behind him seems to have calmed down a little bit. There's a couple of car lengths between each of the cars behind. That's James McCracken, Martin Nisbet and Henry Gillespie in that order. So they're running 4th, 5th and 6th. James McCracken again locks a wheel, the outside wheel as he turns it into McIntyre's, but he stays at just a couple of car lengths behind Gregor McFadden as they head down towards the chicane. McFadden has now set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 9.75. With 3 laps to go, including the one they're on. So Gregor McFadden now the fastest man on track. But at the same time, James Hitchin set a personal best on that last lap as well. So the track, I think, is getting faster. The lap times continuing to prove for everybody as they go through this race. But James Hitchin now, is he going to do anything this time through? He's close enough to attack Gregor McFadden, but chooses not to. So I think he's possibly in his mind, he's given up any hope of winning the race. But I don't think he's given up a hope of getting at least a second position. He's stayed close enough to Gregor McFadden all the way through, and certainly within overtaking distance. So they cross the line once again, 2 laps to go. New track record, new lap record for Gregor McFadden. 1 minute 9.75 is a new track record. In fact, he's just gone quicker again. He's done a 1 minute 9.741. So that's a new lap record for Gregor McFadden. So this is the fastest Citroen C1 race ever. As James Hitchin again locks that, it looks like the left rear wheel that locks every time he goes into McIntyre's. Doesn't seem to slow him down though, although he was quite slow down through Butcher's that time, so he's dropped back a little bit from Gregor McFadden this time through. And this could be the point where Gregor McFadden has done enough just to stay ahead, but it would take quite a lunge now from James Hitchin to try and separate McFadden from second place as we get towards the conclusion of the penultimate lap of the race. And the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th seems to have settled down. They're still pretty close together, so the slightest mistake from anyone there is going to bring the whole thing back into action. As James Hitchin runs a little bit wide through the hairpin, he got a bit of understeer and washed out a little bit the hairpin. That's dropped him a couple of car lengths further back from Gregor McFadden's second place car, and that might have just sealed the deal for Gregor McFadden to stay in second place there. As they head on, Gregor McFadden doing another personal best lap there, 1 minute 9.659. New track record again for Gregor McFadden. Fastest lap of the race now goes back to Henry Gillespie, though Henry Gillespie has done a 1 minute 9.545. So that's another lap record. So the lap record being broken every lap so far this race. And the top 3 now well spread out. I don't think there's any chance James Hitchin separating Gregor McFadden from second place unless there's a big mistake or misfortune for McFadden, as the top 3 come up through Clark Corner, and the 4th, 5th, 6th battle beginning to close up a little bit there actually, but Aidan Wilson well out in front. He's driven a perfect race in the 24 car. 1 corner to go as they complete the 10th and final lap. So Aidan Wilson leads through the hairpin for the last time. Checkered flag is ready for him. Gregor McFadden is going to come home second, and James Hitchin third. Side-by-side action for 5th though, but it's Aidan Wilson wins it from Gregor McFadden, James Hitchin, then James McCracken, and Mark Nisbet manages just to stave off Henry Gillespie as they came out the hairpin and wins the drag race to the line, beating Henry Gillespie by just 3/10 at the end of that. So what a fantastic race, one of the very fastest Citroen C1 races we've ever seen as well. 1 minute 9.545 is the new lap record for Henry Gillespie. Henry finishing down in 6th position, but the fastest man on track. So Aidan Wilson, car 24, wins the race by 0.97 of a second from number 18, Gregor McFadden. Number 27, James Hitchin, comes in 3rd. James McCracken, number 77, was 4th, and Martin Nisbet, 117, was 5th. Top newcomer was Gregor McFadden, finishing 2nd overall, and Matthew Baldy, the quickest of the 3 guest cars, the non-championship point-scoring cars, in 9th. Joshua Gilding, our visiting Grenadier Guards drummer, He finished 9th, so a good top 10 finish for him actually, 9th overall in car number 560. So that's a good introduction to his racing at Knockhill. And he's been getting quicker and quicker. He's never seen Knockhill at all, never driven here before yesterday. And he's managed to knock about 3 or 4 seconds off his lap times as he's gone through the weekend. And he's getting quicker and quicker all the time. So good job done by him. And everybody finishing the race then. 13 cars started, 13 finished. But Aidan Wilson finished ahead of everybody else in car 24, and we'll hear about that shortly when he meets Chris in the Park Ferme area. And once that's done, we'll look forward to our second mini race of the weekend, which will be a 12-lap race coming out once we've heard from the winners of the C1s. So I would expect quite a quick turnaround actually at the end of this once we get the C1s off track. They've all come in very tightly packed together, and we'll probably get a quick turnaround, but hopefully still time to hear the story of the race from the first, second and third place finishers. So with that, Chris, I'll hand across to you.
Absolutely, and right on time as well, because the car's now just coming up into the winner's circle area, led by car number 24, that of Aidan Wilson in the Kevin Wilson Master Builders entry, with that beautiful Soltar on the roof of that car. Gregor McFadden, of course, second place overall and the best placed of our newcomers contenders. And then, of course, James Hitchin. A few horn beeps there from Nisbet and a few hard clangs on the roof there from Aidan Wilson. He is absolutely delighted with that result. A few handshakes and hugs there between Wilson and McFadden, and what was a fantastic race there. Race number 1 in that Citroen C1s, and of course now the fastest Citroen C1 race ever, with lap records being shattered all the way through. Well, I'm with the winning driver now, number 24, Aidan Wilson. That was a pretty spectacular race there, and from your reaction, it was a pretty strong result for you.
Yeah, I'm delighted with that result, to be honest. I wasn't very happy with my driving overall. I thought it was a bit slow, but thankfully the two behind me kept fighting, so it was a bit of a mental battle out in front.
One more race later on today. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, it'll be reverse grid, so it's always interesting. We'll have to make our way back through, but I'm sure I'll enjoy it.
Absolutely. Congratulations there, Aidan. Second place, of course, and winner in the newcomers, of course, Gregor McFadden. Gregor, that was a fantastic run out there, especially with the lap records tumbling the way they were. I mean, that was just one of the best performances ever out there, especially with the lap times.
Yeah, 100%. It was really, really good fun. Aidan kind of got the legs in the start, and then we kind of worked together, tried to push away, and he just kind of got away. Me and James had a wee battle, and I managed to get away. But just too many few laps. Aidan got away, but I'll take second. It's pretty good, and the newcomers win as well.
So congratulations there, Greg. And finally, James Hitchin. James, third place, and a very tight battle there for second with Gregor McFadden for most part. Your perspective of that?
To be fair, the first move was an accident. I lost my rear brakes on that lap, and that was sort of how I found out. It was a bit of a struggle after that, kept locking up. It was really difficult after that. At the start, I was pretty confident, but just couldn't do anything with the brake problem, so it is what it is.
Well, congratulations there, James, and good luck for race 2. And that pretty much rounds out race number 1 of the Citroen C1s. And just to give you a quick run through of the order, as well as for the podium presentation reasons, car number 27, James Hitchin, finished in third place. Second place was Gregor McFadden, who came second overall and clinched the newcomers class win as well. And finally, car number 24, our very jubilant race winner, Aidan Wilson. And that concludes race number 1 of the Citroen C1s. Next up, it is the Scottish Minis. They're coming up in just a few moments' time.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris. We've got one car getting towed back. I thought we'd had all cars finishing that race, but there's one stray Citroen C1, the Sam Milne's car, getting towed back to the Paddock. So that's the slight delay in getting the Minis out, which gives me a little bit more time to enjoy my Burnett Motorsport lunch, which has just been, or breakfast/lunch, which has just been delivered to the commentary box. So it's thanks to Burnett Motorsport once again, the best catering in the Legends Paddock. So turn our attentions now to the Minis. This is the second Mini race of the weekend, of course. We saw them in action yesterday, but for this one we will have Ross Wilkinson on pole overall, of course, because he's in the Mini Cooper S, but that's effectively a separate race from the main Mini Cooper field. He's on his own there, he's in a class of his own, so he's effectively won that championship. But the Cooper race behind him will be the one we'll pay most attention to. Jack Irvine is on pole for that class, ahead of Chad Little, the championship leader. And they had a fantastic battle yesterday, and that's reflected in the grid positions for this, because the grid positions for this, of course, based on finishing positions yesterday. So Chad Little lines up second in the main Cooper class. Then on the second row of that class, Ollie Mortimer, who's standing in for Martin Wijatunga this weekend. Ollie Mortimer had kind of retired from mini racing at the end of last year as a multiple champion, and he was focusing this year on his son Jude's karting career. But he got the call from Martin Wijatunga because Martin's unable to compete this weekend due to other commitments. But he's got sponsors on the car who need the exposure, and so who better to put in the car than multiple champion Ollie Mortimer. So Ollie had a fantastic race yesterday, finishing third, but in all sorts of action and things, and driving beautifully in a car he's not familiar with. It's not set up the way he normally sets his car up. It's obviously tuned into Martin's driving style, but he's made the most of it, and he's lining up third on the Mini Cooper grid for this one. Alongside him on the second row there will be Stuart McFadden in the number 53 car. Behind them, Chris Coburn in the number 17 and Daniel Patterson in the number 18. They'll line up on the third row. Then we've got Michael Williams, 52, and Blair Driver, 32, on the next row. And at the back, we've got David Robin, number 6, and Barry Holmes in 88. And an on-finisher yesterday, Jonathan Wilde, one of the newcomers. I think he is back on the track. Yes, he is. He went off at the exit of Leslie's yesterday, and he just hit the barrier on the exit of Leslie's at about 1 mile an hour. The gravel trap did a great job of slowing him down. He just nudged the barrier, but he couldn't get back on track, so didn't finish the race. So Jack Irvine, Chad Little will be the race to watch at the front of the main Mini Cooper field. But Ollie Mortimer and Stuart McFadden will be very close behind. Ollie Mortimer could well take a race win, but one of the things Ollie said yesterday, though, is he's racing as a guest. It's a tight championship battle ahead of him. He's racing here as a guest this weekend, so he doesn't want to interfere with championship points and things unnecessarily. But well, it's easy for him to say that when he's sitting parts of the paddock, but it's a difficult thing on track when he knows he can potentially win the race. He's not going to hold back. He's going to try and win the race. So I think he's a potential race winner in this. And we're going to get a second green flag lap, of course, because the Mini Cooper S class is allowed to run slick tyres, and they get an extra lap to warm up the tyres. That's why the whole field then has to go around that extra lap as well. Coming into this weekend, Chad Little was leading the championship by 28 points from Daniel Patterson. Jack Irvine just behind. Jack Irvine, of course, taking the win yesterday, so that closes the gap a little bit. But Chad Little still the championship leader as we go into this race just now. So cars now working their way around this lap. So with Ross Wilkinson on slicks, fortunately for him, he doesn't have another Cooper S to race against, so he's not going to have to spend too much time going offline and onto the damper patches of the track. Although the track now, I would say, is about 85% dry. There's still, down the right-hand side of the road after Clark Corner, there's still some dampness on the track, and that inside line down to the hairpin, it never seems to fully dry out. There's always the crucial point in the braking area just before the turn-in point. If you're coming down the inside line to try and pass somebody, that just stays damp for a long time. I don't know why that bit of the track's so slow in drying out, but that does make drivers think twice if they're planning a demon out braking manoeuvre into the hairpin. It does require a bit of extra concentration, but should be a good, clean race this one. Looking forward to this. Mini action is always exciting. So cars now heading to the grid as the safety car pulls into the stock car loop, where it will park. Hopefully it won't be required in the next 12 laps. This is the second mini race of the weekend, of course. The first two races, we have both classes of car on track. So we've effectively got two races in one, and that's over 12 laps. And then the third race of the day is for the Mini Coopers only. The Cooper S car doesn't take part in that, and they then run for 9 laps as a final. And their final will be out at 2:50 this afternoon. But this is the second of the races, and very much looking forward to see who wins the battle at the front of the field here. We've got multiple potential winners. A very, very competitive class. But Jack Irvin been on form all weekend. He was very quick in testing yesterday, as was Chad Little. So we've got very, very closely matched competitors here. Grid marshals being very precise there. The number 17 car being pushed back into position. It was only about 6 inches ahead of his grid box, but being pushed back all the same. So Ross Wilkinson on the Cooper S pole on his own, and then Jack Irvin, Chad Little on the front row of the Cooper race.
Should I linger and let them through my shot more, or flip back?
So the grid is clear. We're just waiting on the countdown. We've got a little bit of steam coming out of one of the cars there. That's, I think, what's causing the delay here. There's a little bit of concern over Stuart McFadden's car sitting fourth in the grid. So that's caused some of the marshals to hesitate a little, but I'm sure from Stuart McFadden's point of view, he's just thinking, let's get on with it, and then I can get the car cooled down. So the 5-second board's been shown. Let's hope Stuart gets away cleanly from the grid. Red light's coming on. And it's a long hold. It's a very long hold. Away we go now, though. And clean start from everybody. Of the front row men in the Cooper class, it's Chad Little that's taking the advantage as they head towards turn one. There's still a little gap. Jack Irvin could get through, but he doesn't. It's 3 wide behind Ollie Mortimer for fourth position. Still 2 wide for fourth position as they go through to McIntyre for the first time, and that gets resolved without anyone falling off the track. So Ollie Mortimer then third in the Coopers, behind Jack Irvin, and Chad Little leading the Coopers. Ross Wilkinson out on his own on slick tyres, so he should pull away with his Cooper S, and we'll concentrate then on the Cooper battle. So apologies to Ross Wilkinson, he won't get many mentions because we're focusing on the main Cooper race, which is Chad Little ahead of Jack Irvin at the moment. Heading down towards the hairpin, Ollie Mortimer then in third position, and the 18 car of Daniel Patterson, an excellent start from him. He got himself in that 3 and 4 wide moments going into turn one. He got himself up into fourth position in the Cooper race. Heading towards the timing beam for the first time, and everybody getting themselves into a nice slipstreaming line down at the main straight. Under the Beatson's Bridge they go. Chad Little then, championship leader, leads the race, and he'll be hoping he can stay there, but Jack Irvin is on the attack and had a little look there, but caused a reaction. But here comes Ollie Mortimer down the inside of Jack Irvin, over the curves, well onto 2 wheels for Ollie Mortimer, but doesn't get through. In fact, delays himself and drops a couple of car lengths behind Jack Irvin there, but stays in his third position as they sprint through the chicane. And Ollie Mortimer, by far the fastest car through the chicane there, and up towards Clark Corner they come. Chad Little still in front from Jack Irvin. Ollie Mortimer on the hunt in third position, ahead of Daniel Patterson in the blue number 18 car. They head up Hislops towards the hairpin once again. Just behind the blue 18 car is the white 53 of Stuart McFadden. He's in the hunt there for a podium position as well, as they all concertina together coming through the braking area and the corner at the hairpin. Up towards the line they go, and Chad Little still holding the lead from Jack Irvin, but Jack Irvin will start to close in the slipstream as they get to the second half of the straight, and he was certainly close enough to take a little look last time and distracted Chad Little onto a defensive line. This time Chad Little stays his ground. There's no attack so far from Jack Irvin, but he might have a go at McIntyre's. Nope, he went offline to have a look, but he didn't actually do it. And down they go through Butchers again, up towards the chicane. And the top 4 seem to be pulling away a little bit from Stuart McFadden's car, but Stuart quick through the chicane and closing the gap back into that 4-car battle ahead. Round the turn they come, and everybody is so incredibly evenly matched in this Mini Cooper race. Chad Little then leading. Jack Irvin's lining up for a potential slingshot at the hairpin, but again slots back into line. He's got I think Jack Irvin's calculating a lot of different ideas here, a lot of risk and reward calculations going on in his mind, because he could take a lunge for the lead, but then he's got to remember he's got Ollie Mortimer right in his tail, and Ollie Mortimer's closed to just about 1 car length behind now. Daniel Patterson coming with him as well, so Chad Little is not being able to pull away from the chasing pack here, and the pack is not stretching out at all. This is a massively competitive race. Jack Irvine has a little look at the lead there at McIntyre's. Ollie Mortimer gets wrong-footed by Daniel Patterson. They're side by side as they go towards Butchers, and Daniel Patterson, an excellent move into third position. Ollie Mortimer drops down to fourth, and he's got Stuart McFadden right on his tail as well as they come along the back straight towards the chicane. That was a brilliant move by Daniel Patterson. Managed to pass Ollie Mortimer on the exit of McIntyre's and just held his ground as they went down towards Butcher. So great stuff. Puts him up to third position, and it also then means that Jack Irvine's got a little bit less pressure behind him, so he can look forward, he can focus on attacking Chad Little and not have to worry quite so much for the moment about defending that position, because there's about a 5 or 6 car length gap now behind Jack Irvine before Daniel Patterson appears. But Daniel Patterson could well close up. Black and white warning flag for car 32, that is most likely for track limits, and that is Blair Dryborough, who's down in 8th position. And the leaders then head down through McIntyre's and down towards the chicane, and Jack Irvine still on the tail of Chad Little, still maintaining a little gap back to Daniel Patterson, but Daniel Patterson was mega quick through the chicane that time. It's closed up some of the gap, and we'll see if that pays benefits as they get down the straight towards the hairpin now as we go into another lap. Into the hairpin they come, and Daniel Patterson definitely closing up and taking Ollie Mortimer with him as they close up in towards the hairpin. Chad Little, though, just resolute in front. He's just not flinching here under massive pressure. So we'll see if he can hold on for much longer. There's 7 laps still to go, so we're in early days of the race. We've not yet reached the halfway point. And you just feel anything could happen here. It's like somebody's pulled the pin out of a hand grenade, but it's not yet exploded in terms of the battle at the front of the field. 4 cars there, all potential winners. And Chad Little just has to keep it together. He's did a great job just sitting there undistracted by Jack Irvine behind him. Jack will be sitting there, I'm sure, working out all the possible permutations, all the opportunities that might arise that could allow him to get an overtake done here. But he will be very conscious now, having had a couple of laps where there was a few car lengths of empty space behind him. Jack Irvine will now very much realise that he's got Daniel Patterson within a couple of car lengths right behind him as they head into the hairpin. And Jack Irvine, very quick through the hairpin, made up a bit of ground on Chad Little on the corner exit there. Chad Little will be aware of that as well, and there's just a car length between first and second and third, a couple of car lengths between third and fourth. So here's an opportunity potentially for Jack Irvine here as they head down through Leslie's down towards McIntyre's. Is he going to take a lunge at McIntyre's? No, he's not, because again he'll be thinking about what he can lose versus what he can gain, because he's up near the top of the championship table. Daniel Patterson is ahead of him in the championship, and Daniel Patterson is the car right behind him on track, so he'll be keen to outscore Daniel Patterson, but he'll be even keener to catch and outscore Chad Little if he can. So the group is growing to a 5-car group again. Stuart McFadden has picked up his pace a little bit and got onto the tail of Ollie Mortimer, and they're just all tantalisingly too far apart to really take a lunge and overtake here. But as the race goes on, somebody's going to start to take a few chances, because we're now just past the halfway point of the race. There's, in fact, we'll be just about at the 2/3 point, because as they go over the start-finish line now, the timing computer shows that we've got 5 laps to go, and down the hill they go once again through Leslie's towards McIntyre's. Jack Irvine always goes a little bit different in terms of the line between Leslie's and McIntyre's, and it always makes you think he's about to try a lunge into McIntyre's, but didn't happen. Now he lost a bit of time there coming out of McIntyre's down towards Butcher's, and I think that might have been a little mistake from Jack Irvine, because he dropped way back from Chad Little and everybody else got right onto his boot lid, so Chad Little's got himself an extra 2 or 3 lengths breathing space as the rest of them squabble over second, and Jack Irvine having to go very defensive here as he goes down the right hand side of the road towards the hairpin. Ollie Mortimer's taking a look at Daniel Patterson taking a look at Jack Irvine, but nobody dared to go offline onto the damp stuff and actually make an overtaking attempt there, but they've definitely dropped back from the leader, and Daniel Patterson flashing his lights at Jack Irvine. I don't think that ever distracts anyone, but number 5 now being shown the track limits warning. That's Jonathan Wild in car 12, getting a warning for track limits, black and white flag. Meanwhile, at the front, everybody's been well behaved. I don't think any of the front runners have had a track limits warning so far, but they are all driving as fast as they can, and they're all so equal in performance. Their lap times are within hundreds or thousands of a second of each other. Around they come once again onto Hislop's, and the long drag up towards the hairpin. So we're now approaching 3/4 distance. Chad Little still in front, and Jack Irvine still in second, but for how long is that order going to stay the same? I'll be amazed if it finishes in this order, because it's been so close all the way through. Now we cross the line, we've got 3 laps to go. Chad Little, Jack Irvine, Daniel Patterson. The lead from Jack Irvine back, Chad Little back to Jack Irvine, just 2/3 of a second between them, and that will, I'm sure, come down. Jack Irvine's managed to break clear a little bit of Daniel Patterson through the last couple of corners as they come down the hill from McIntyre's towards the chicane. And Jack Irvine's kind of in the halfway point now between Chad Little and Daniel Patterson. He's got a good few car lengths over Daniel Patterson all of a sudden, but he's got a few car lengths to make up if he's going to catch Chad Little. That's his challenge. Down the straight they go to Hislop's once again. Ollie Mortimer, I wonder if Ollie's just behaving himself and staying out of the championship battle, knowing that the top 3... Oh no, he's not. He's diving up the inside of Daniel Patterson, and he tries to take 3rd place as they go through the hairpin. He's got his nose in front as they exit the hairpin, but Patterson had a slightly quicker exit speed going along the wider line through the corner, and Ollie has to slot back in behind Patterson, and that's brought Stuart McFadden right into play in the 53 car as well. Ollie's going to try again, I think, as they go to Duffus. Moves his car back into line though as they get to the turning point for the corner. So I was just thinking he's behaving himself and staying out of the championship battle, but not a bit of it. He wants to try and get to the podium, but he didn't quite make it that time. But that has delayed Daniel Patterson, dropped him way back from Jack Irvine, and Jack Irvine now has the opportunity once again to just look forwards and ignore anything in his mirror and try and catch Chad Little. But he's running out of laps to do it. There's only 2 laps to go, including the lap they're on, as the 3rd, 4th and 5th place men slide very wide at McIntyre's that time through. But Chad Little then is going to see the last lap board as he comes round, this time out exiting the hairpin. Jack Irvine still in his wheel tracks, and then Daniel Patterson, Ollie Mortimer and Stuart McFadden next up. And they've kind of left everybody else behind. Chris Coburn's down there in 7th position in the 17 car, ahead of Michael Williams, David Robb, Blair Driver, Barry Holmes and Jonathan Wild at the back. Meanwhile, at the front, on to the last lap they go, and it's looking like stalemate between 1st and 2nd, but you never know what can happen on the last lap of a mini race. And certainly Daniel Patterson is not free from the clutches of Ollie Mortimer, not by any means. Ollie could still try and get himself to the podium here in the last lap, and Ollie, as ever, very quick through the chicane. Makes up maybe a car length here on Daniel Patterson, but he's got to find another 3 or 4 car lengths as they get to the last couple of corners of the race now. Through Clark Corner they come, on to Hislop's at the final time. And a fantastic race by Chad Little. That's a superb drive to dominate all the way through. Ross Wilkinson has won the race overall in the Mini Cooper S, so he's won the Mini Cooper S class. But the Cooper race, here comes Chad Little now. He's led virtually all the way, and he takes the race win, takes the checkered flag and maximum points ahead of Jack Irvine, then Daniel Patterson, Ollie Mortimer and Stuart McFadden as quick as that across the line. And then 17 Chris Coburn is in 7th ahead of Michael Williams, David Robb and Blair Driver. And then it's the race between Barry Holmes and Jonathan Wild to see who's going to finish 11th, and Jonathan Wild gets it, he finishes 11th. But Barry Holmes is actually credited with 11th, so I think there's a 5-second penalty. Yes, there is. Cars 5 and 32 getting 5-second penalties, and that's reflected on the timing screen. So Ross Wilkinson won the race overall in the Mini Cooper S. and of course took fastest lap because he's got the advantage of more power and slick tyres. But in the Mini Cooper race, Chad Little won that one, car 25, ahead of Jack Irvin in second place, car 65, and Daniel Patterson third in car 18, just ahead of the guest car of Ollie Mortimer, and then Stuart McFadden, number 53, rounding up the top 5. So an absorbing battle there. Wasn't as much overtaking as I might have hoped for, but they were all absolutely flat out. A great result for Chad Little. That extends his championship lead, and a very, very well driven race indeed. So Chad Little 25 ahead of Jack Irvin 65 and Daniel Patterson number 18. So that's the result there in the second of our mini races. The final mini race later on will be only for the Cooper cars. So Ross Wilkinson, that's the last we've seen of him today. He's taken 2 race wins overall, and that's the last we'll see of him. And the final mini race will have a partial mixed grid in sort of touring car style, and will only be over 9 laps, and we'll see them out at 10 to 3 this afternoon. So Chris, the winners will be with you any second.
Yep, and just coming in now, of course, is car number 21. That is, of course, the R53 of Ross Wilkinson, the sole entry in the Cooper S division. So that is another strong result for him, and also someone who has already been crowned effectively as the Mini Cooper S champion of 2025. But the real battle, of course, still to be decided in the main Cooper division. And of course, Chad Little again getting ever closer to that championship crown with another strong result and a win, of course, in the main Coopers. And of course, number 53 there, Stuart McFadden, another strong result in the newcomers, putting his situation there in a bit more of a positive light in the newcomers class division. Ross Wilkinson is with me now. Ross, another dominant performance there in the Coopers, and of course it's been a very almost pretty easy season for you in the class as well, since it's been pretty much domination from start to finish, but surely it's had its moments.
Yeah, it's been a pretty lonely class. Yesterday, I would say, when we had a couple of issues we were working through, that's definitely the most interesting, has been the most spicy. But for today, we've managed to get those all sorted, and the car is performing as it should.
And these cars, of course, the R53s, they're basically similar to what you see in the Mini Challenge Trophy division as well, which competes alongside the BARC and even the British Touring cars on occasion. So is that a potential aspiration in the future, perhaps a trip to the Mini Challenge Trophy?
Maybe. I think there's a big jump in cost is the only thing. Like, the entry fees, I think, are astronomical. But, yeah, potentially. Maybe something in the future for sure.
Well, congratulations there, Ross. Ross Wilkinson there, our Cooper S winner. And first place, of course, is Chad Little in the main Mini Coopers. Chad, a very strong result for you there, a very almost dominant win there. But it had its dramas, didn't it?
Yeah, just a good start was the key there, and I got a bit of a lead. Jack up the pressure on all the way. Yeah.
One more race later on today, and of course it's a 9-lap final as well. You're looking forward to that one? It should be fairly dramatic.
Yeah, well, it's reverse grid draw, so we'll see what number I pull out. It's always a hard race.
Absolutely. Congratulations there, Chad. Chad Little there, winner of the race number 2 there. Second place is car number 65, Jack Irvine. Jack, another strong result there, second place, and it looked pretty tense up the front there, especially when the rest of the cars in the top 5 were continuing together as the laps progressed.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get away with Chad, and then I had a little mistake out of McIntyre's, and he just got a wee gap on us there, so he did. But still a good enough result.
9-lap final coming up. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, the reverse grid always makes it a bit more exciting too. So see what happens.
Absolutely. Congratulations there. Jack Irvine there, second in the Coopers. And third place, of course, car number 18. That is Daniel Patterson. Daniel, very strong result there, but it seemed that the old veteran Ollie Mortimer was giving you, really putting the pressure on you over the course of the race.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have somebody else behind me chasing me, but yeah, it was a good race, better than yesterday, so yeah, happy with third, can't complain.
Absolutely, congratulations there. Daniel Patterson there, third place overall. And finally, of course, car number 53 there, Stuart McFadden in the newcomers class. Another strong result for you in the newcomers.
Yeah, just didn't have the pace to battle the guys in front, so just held position, no damage, and hopefully we get the draw with the reverse grid.
Absolutely, congratulations there. Stuart McFadden, of course, winner in the newcomers class. Ross Wilkinson, of course, winner in the Cooper S R53s. And then, of course, finally, the top three overall. It is, of course, car number 18. That is Daniel Patterson, third place. Second place, car number 65, Jack Irvine. And finally,
See that girl? No, stop it, man. I saw her first. My Lord. Nah, back off, man.
The first time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. I'm trying hard not to stare, don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool, gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in all the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. Did you see that girl?
No, stop it, man. I saw it first. Nah, back off, man.
First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. Trying hard not to stare, don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in on the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. Testify, give me a chance, I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I blow your mind. Don't wanna mess me up, cause I'm one of a kind. Hindsight, you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm gonna figure it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacock and acting like a fool. Unbothered as you sit through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here, we're so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, and I feel your mind. Don't wanna mess me up, cause I'm one of a kind. You're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm gonna figure it out. Chance I'm satisfied. If it's hard, then I feel your mind. Don't wanna mess me up, cause I'm one of a kind. You're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm gonna figure it out.
so then I'm blowing up my phone. No, I'm not used to time on my end, and I don't know if I like it, get so restless on my own. Ooh, downtime, I shouldn't mind. Little too much and our panics get high at 10 a.m. and now I got nothing to do. I got nothing to do. Yeah, I got nothing to do. Yeah, I got nothing to do. Oh, I got nothing to do. So used to riding, I used to kick off my shoes. A little too much and our panics get high at 10 a.m. and now I got nothing to do. 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 I ain't got nothing to do. I got nothing, yeah. I'm so fucking bored, y'all.
And then the 144 car got in the cloud, the second fastest in the session overall. And he's managed a 57.93 again, but that's closed the gap a little bit to the bottom of the time in the penalty.
Check 1, 2, let the beat break through. 3, 4, light up the floor. 5, 6, got a brand new mix. We're turning up now, yeah, this is it. Shining brighter than the city lights. Bringing fire, keeping it alive. Do you feel that rhythm running through your veins? It's all about the heat and love, the green. I'm locked and ready to fly. So smooth. Do you feel that spark? Man, you gotta have fun. Let that sky with you.
Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here, we're so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Hey, chance to be satisfied. Hey, I'm building mine. Don't wanna pass me up, 'cause I'm running the pass me up. So, checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm checking it out. Chance to be satisfied. Pass me up, 'cause I'm running the pass me up. So, checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm checking it out.
It's got a brand new mix. We're turning up night. This is it. Shining brighter than the city lights. Bringing fire, keeping it alive. Do you feel that rhythm running through your veins? It's all about the heat and love you bring. I'm locked and ready to fly. So smooth. Do you feel that spark? Now you gotta fun. Lift that sky with your flat knock knock. Who's dead in the best time of their lives? Twist that fire, you got it right. Spin it, shake, clap.
when they're the one that earns at their Marshall's lunch. Marshall's will convene at the Willie Brown Marshall Centre in the Paddock during lunchtime with free lunch provided, and it's time for just a wet day dry out or a dry day is have a rest. The guys out at the far side of the circuit, the team at McIntyre, have just been rushed off the feet today. So, motorsport's suspended at the moment. We may get a couple of laps restarts. We haven't thrown a checkered flag yet. We may get a couple of laps. But David Eaton, Paul Smith, Adam Morris in the top three. Classes A1 and C represented there in the top three cars. And lap record breaking pace all the way through that race as well. So we're looking forward to lunch break. Chris will be on hand on the grid, and we'll catch up during our lunch break with our event director Stuart Gray and a few other people as well. And we'll talk a lot about the Cray Rally Challenge, which is coming up next weekend, and the list of people
First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. Trying hard not to stare, don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in all the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. I testify, give me a chance, I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. Hot side, checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about.
Again,
it's taking a shot. If I don't get first, I'm figuring it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacocking acting like a fool. I'm bothered as they sift through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it right. We're the only ones that here with so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies
Adam Morrison with
2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
implications in terms of where overtaking opportunities and lines are, and where drivers might get caught out with track conditions. So it's all bone dry all the way around. Now the weather forecasters say we may get some showers later in the afternoon, but right now it's looking good. And if Duncan Vincent's listening, I'm convinced we've got a wasp's nest somewhere in the commentary box, because I'm now dealing with wasp number 9 of the day. But luckily I've learned to multitask through the wasp avoidance, and I can just about concentrate on what's happening out there on the track. So cars are completing their formation lap. It's Jamie Dickey on a well-deserved pole position. Jamie really has come on strong this weekend, actually. He's been quick all day yesterday through each session, practice sessions and qualifying sessions, and today as well he's been absolutely flawless, taking his first win of the season. So let's see if he can make it a double. Jerry Henry, I think, will be very much in the risk versus reward mindset here. He just has to make sure he finishes up in the top half of the field, and he should be okay. A bonus would be to keep Dave Colville behind him, but he doesn't have to. So let's see math versus the desire to win a race. Let's see how it plays out in Jerry Henry's mind. Dave Colville then lining up on the second row in the blue and white 52 car alongside 35 of Andrew Mackie. Michael Gordon, number 30, Angus Ross 17, next to the pit wall behind them. So the marshals clear the grid. Last car comes into place, number 79, Callum Bruce. Two newcomers, 17 and 24, that's Angus Ross, Lachlan McLaughlin. They're lining up 6th and 7th. That's a little class battle within the main field. Red lights coming on though. And it's Jamie Dickey on pole position with his eyes towards first corner. All the red lights are on, and out they go. Good start from Jamie Dickey, equally good start from Jerry Henry. As they change up to second gear, Jerry Henry gains a little momentum back. They're going to be side by side going into turn one. Is Jerry Henry going to risk going round the outside? No, he isn't. He's going to settle for second position as the car of Andrew Mackie jumps Dave Colville off the start and chases Jerry Henry down to McIntyre's. Jerry Henry has to go mega defensive at McIntyre's. That means he's slow through the corner and he leads the rest of the field. But out front is Jamie Dickey once again, about 3 or 4 car lengths ahead as they exit the chicane. Everybody safely through so far around the lap. They come now towards Clark Corner. Jerry Henry closing the gap a little bit on the leader, but he's got to be very wary of that 35 car of Andrew Mackie on his tail. Andrew Mackie keen for a good result here in the red 35 car. Dave Colville in the 52 just behind him, and a little bit of a gap then back to the rest of the field as these front four break through. Here comes Jerry Henry though, trying down the inside of Dickey at the hairpin for the first time. He's got a long side, there's a little bit of rubbing there, but Jamie Dickey has the momentum as they get onto Main Straight. Jerry Henry, though, has the inside line when they get to the turn one, but Jamie Dickey just drifting across in front of him to cover that. Meanwhile, behind them, Dave Colville has passed the number 35 of Andrew Mackie as they go towards turn one. Andrew Mackie fighting back, going round the outside of Dave Colville. They're side by side as they go through Leslie's. They're still side by side. Dave Colville half spins, goes this way, that way, a real tank slapper, and he collects another car as he goes off on the entrance to McIntyre's. He stayed on the tarmac. He should get going again, but he's completely lost control of the car as he came in at Leslie's. It's really unfortunate for him that he's got going again, did a quick U-turn and he rejoins, but and the other car he tagged, which I think is Michael Gordon, he's got going again as well, but lost a few places. We'll check out who that was, but I think it was Michael Gordon. He was running just behind Dave Colville when that happened, so unfortunate for him, it wasn't his fault, but he ended up going through the gravel and back out again. Here comes Jerry Henry again though, to challenge Jamie Dickey going into the hairpin. Doesn't get through this time, but that challenge has brought Andrew Mackie closer in the 35 car. Once again, Jerry Henry positions himself to the right hand side of the road. He's got an overlap this time. He's right at the extreme right hand edge of the track, and he just edges past Jamie Dickey as they go towards Duffus. Jamie Dickey might get a chance to drive around the outside, but no, Jerry Henry's got it. Jerry Henry's in the lead then as they go down through Duffus into Leslie's, and Jerry Henry leads. He's got to go defensive at McIntyre as Jamie Dickey fights back. They're side by side on the exit of McIntyre's. Jamie Dickey rushes the gravel. That allows Andrew Mackie to get through into second in the 35 car. Jamie Dickey fights back through the chicane though, and a huge airborne moment for Andrew Mackie as they went over the brow of the chicane, well up onto 2 wheels, possibly onto no wheels in fact, and he slots back into third place behind Jamie Dickey. That was an epic little fight down from McIntyre through the chicane between the two of them. Neither of them both of them determined not to give way to the other. But that's left Jerry Henry in a comfortable lead, and Jerry Henry also already has the fastest lap of the race. Here comes Andrew Mackie again up the inside of the hairpin to try and get into second place ahead of Jamie Dickey. Jamie Dickey defends it well, but runs wide onto the gravel. That's going to kill his exit speed, and sure enough, here comes Andrew Mackie in the 35 car alongside. They're absolutely side by side as they cross the line. And the timing computer says Andrew Mackie's ahead by 37 thousandths of a second, but Jamie Dickey fighting back. Jamie Dickey's got his nose in front as they break for Duffus, but Andrew Mackie goes ahead. Jamie Dickey gets back past him again as they come to Leslie's. They're swapping places every few metres here. Jamie Dickey up the inside into McIntyre's. He gets himself back into second position, and this time I think he's got the car ahead, and Andrew Mackie has to slot in behind him through the chicane. But what a lap from those two. Fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant racing between the two of them. Amazing that they're still on the track, but fantastic entertainment. Jamie Dickey then in second position, fighting as hard as he knows how against Andrew Mackie in third. And down in fourth now we have Angus Ross in the 17 car. Angus Ross then the quickest of the newcomers. Lachlan McLaughlin, the second newcomer, down in sixth position in the dark blue car, just behind Lucy Hale's neighbour. And we've got Michael Gordon well detached from the rest of the field now. He's down in the number 30 car. He must have gone off again, I think, to get that far behind. But Dave Colville beginning to fight back. Dave Colville coming from a long way back now. He's about a good 15 seconds off the lead, having had that little spin earlier on. But he's not last. Michael Gordon rather has ended up down at the back. Jerry Henry has set the fastest lap of the race, a 62.024 last time through, and he's in his happy place. He's the lead of the race. He's got a quite convincing lead of 2.8 seconds, and he's looking very comfortable there. So as long as he does his usual and keeps it pointing in the right direction, gets into the finish, then he will exit the race as champion. But behind him, the battle still rages for second and third position. Jamie Dickey still in second position, but right on his tail as they come through the hairpin is Andrew Mackie, just half a car length behind. As they went through the apex of the corner, the gap stretches a little bit as they pick up speed on the straight with 7 laps to go. So just coming up to half distance. But what an action-packed opening half of the race we've had. Let's see what happens in the second half. Heading down through Duffus, it's still Jamie Dickey ahead of Andrew Mackie, but Andrew Mackie has now set the fastest lap of the race, a 61.608 second lap, a 61.6. So Andrew Mackie the fastest man on track, and that's 4 tenths quicker than Jenny Henry's managed, and it's a tenth and a half quicker than Jamie Dickey's managed. So this battle will continue for second and third positions. But Jerry Henry at the moment cruising out front, but he can't cruise too much because he's going to get caught quite quickly. There's still 6 laps to go after they cross the finish line now, and if the guys behind him are going about a quarter to half a second faster, he could get caught because he's only got a 2.5 second lead. So let's see how that pans out. He may have to pick up the pace here. He'll be keeping an eye on his mirror though as the number 30 of Michael Gordon comes into the pits. I think he was contacted by Dave Colville in that incident down at McIntyre, so he may have taken a little bit of damage there, but he's driven through the pit lane and sadly back to the paddock to retirement. So that's a great shame for Michael Gordon, out of the race at half distance. 6 laps to go then. Dave Colville is gradually catching Callum Bruce. Callum in 7th place, Dave Colville in 8th after that delay. Dave Colville's position relative to the leaders, 15 seconds down, hasn't really changed much, but he is catching Callum Bruce. He's less than 2 seconds behind now as he tries to get back in contention. Jerry Henry then just pops over the apex at Clark Corner, comfortably leading. Jamie Dickey seems to have settled the argument at the moment with Andrew Mackie behind him. Andrew's dropped to half a second back and not quite within striking distance now as they come towards the hairpin. But Jamie Dickey, I'm sure now that he's got a view behind him that says he's safe from attack for the time being, will be wondering whether he can catch Jerry Henry or not. He's certainly got the pace to do it. He's been very quick right through the weekend, and at the moment his best lap of the race is a good 4 tenths quicker than Jerry Henry's best lap of the race. So Jamie Dickey has still got a chance here with 5 laps to go. Doing the arithmetic, he could be with Jerry Henry on the last lap if he can continue to lap a few tenths quicker. So it's not over yet. It wouldn't affect I think Jerry Henry's championship prospects, but it certainly would give Jamie Dickey a bit of a thrill if he could get another race win out of this. So it's not impossible, but it's one of these races where we're not going to see them door to door, but we are going to have to watch the timing screens just to see what they're doing lap by lap, because the last couple of times through, Jamie Dickey's been 3 or 4 tenths quicker than Jerry Henry. That's quite consistent. Jerry Henry's yet to get below the 62-second bracket, and Jamie Dickey's consistently in the 61.7s. His last 2 laps were within 1,000th of a second of each other. In fact, that's a sign of a driver who's well in control of what he's doing, if he can lap at the same time, lap after lap after lap, which is exactly what Jamie Dickey's doing. Jerry Henry now has responded to that. Jerry Henry now goes below 62 seconds, and Jerry's done his best of the race, a 61.992. So Jerry's realised the gap is diminishing just a little bit, and he wants to keep it at a comfortable 2 seconds if he can. So with 4 laps to go, including the one they're on, that is the situation in the lead. But we'll keep an eye on this, because Jamie Dickey is really pushing hard to see if he can get into a position to attack for the lead. Andrew Mackie is still pulling away from the third place man, Angus Ross, but he's not able now to maintain the pace of Jamie Dickey ahead of him, and he's lapping just about a tenth, a half a tenth or a tenth slower, and just dropping away very slightly, and he's 1.5 seconds now behind Jamie Dickey in second place. Visually, it looks like the gap is coming down substantially, first to second. We'll just check it on the timing computer. 2 seconds, 2.023 seconds was the distance last time through. This time, as they cross the line, it's 1.42 seconds. Jamie Dickey sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 61.513, and that just brings him within 1.5 seconds of the lead. But we've only got 3 laps to go, including the one they're on, as Wasp number 10 appears in the commentary box. So meanwhile, we've got the leader on the back straight now. We've got Jamie Dickey still charging round. I think Jamie Dickey is maybe beginning to sniff a chance of victory here, because he has got his headlights on. He is charging. He wants to win this, and he's realised he's lapping consistently quicker than Jerry Henry. So 61.513 last time round for Jamie Dickey. It was 62.1 last time round for Jerry Henry. He's taking big chunks out of Jerry Henry's lead here. 2 laps to go when they cross the line in a few seconds' time. Jerry Henry with the gold bonnet still in the lead. The headlights on the white car behind of Jamie Dickey. And Jerry Henry is responding. He's getting quicker. Jerry Henry sets another personal best, but it's a tenth slower, more than a tenth of a second slower than Jamie Dickey. So the gap's now down to 1.295. And yeah, this could get interesting. There's still 2 laps to go. And on the current course and speed, Jamie Dickey could get within half a second by the finish. A slight mistake or any little slip up by Jerry Henry would put Jamie Dickey in a position to challenge for the lead of the race, and that could give us a real cliffhanger of a finish. So let's see what happens as they come round to the hairpin for the penultimate time. Into the hairpin they go then for the second last time, and the gap has come way, way down now. Jerry Henry still, I would say, comfortable but not secure, if that makes sense. 1.2 seconds it was last time round. This time it's down to 0.9 of a second. Jamie Dickey's taken another third of a second out of that lead. 1.29 seconds is the margin as they go into the final lap of the race. Jerry Henry then still in the lead. Jamie Dickey in second. They've left everybody else way, way behind. About 5 seconds back to Andrew Mackie or more, as the 2 leaders go through the chicane for the final time. Onto the back straight, Jamie Dickey picks up more time. He's closing in on Jerry Henry, but can he do it? In the last couple of laps, he's closed right in as they come through Clark Corner. He's going to be almost within striking distance of the hairpin. It would have to be a very high-risk late lunge, though, if he's going to do anything. He's maybe just a little bit too far back. Jerry Henry probably knows exactly what distance they can deal with here as they go into the hairpin for the final time. Jamie Dickey not quite close enough. He's about a length and a half, 2 lengths behind as they go through the apex of the hairpin. So Jerry Henry is going to clinch the championship with this win. Jerry Henry in car number 1, the reigning champion, championship leader, crosses the line first and takes the championship with Jamie Dickey in second place in car 99. And according to the commentary box arithmetic, Jerry Henry cannot be caught in the championship. Andrew Mackey third in car 35. There's a real battle going on to find out who's going to finish fifth. Angus Ross has come home fourth, and it's all change in the battle for fifth, sixth, seventh. Lachlan McLaughlin finishes fifth, just ahead of Dave Colville, and in the 52 car, and Lucy Hales-Maver, who was running fifth up until the hairpin on the last lap, drops to seventh. She'll be wondering what on earth happened there. She was looking good for a top 5 finish, and suddenly Dave Colville got in the mix, and there was a lot of manoeuvring done coming through the hairpin, but unfortunately put Lucy down to seventh. Callum Bruce finished 8th in car 79. Of course, we had one non-finisher, which was Michael Gordon in car 30. Fastest lap of the race, then Jamie Dickey, a 61.513. Jerry Henry then wins the race in car number 1, and in doing so, unofficially from the commentary box, to be confirmed, we believe he's won the championship. So Jerry Henry, car 1, wins the race by 1.103 seconds from 99 Jamie Dickey and 35 Andrew Mackey. Top newcomer was Angus Ross in the number 17 car, finishing 4th overall, and 5th overall was Lachlan McLaughlin, car 24. So 1.99 and 35, your top 3, and they're heading into the pit lane right now. Jerry Henry, I'm sure, will be very, very happy indeed to have secured a double championship, and well deserved as well. He's been the class of the field, but we've got a coming star there in terms of Jamie Dickey. He challenged Jerry all the way there, and has certainly shown intent. I mean, if Jamie Dickey comes back for another season next year in this class, there's every chance he could take the championship if he can maintain the form he's shown over this weekend. Very, very impressive indeed. So that is the second of our 2 Fiesta races of the weekend. There's still 2 races of this championship to come, which will be our October race meeting, but that's what we have for this weekend, and that's been enough, we believe, for Jerry Henry to win the championship.
Absolutely, in the top 3 now, pulling into the winner's circle here at Knockhill. And of course, number 17 as well, pulling in as well, that being Angus Ross, the leading newcomer. And of course, Lachlan McLaughlin winning the Challenger class and coming home at 2nd place in the newcomers. But the story of the race is all about one driver, and that driver has the number 1 on his door. That is Jerry Henry. Of course, the math again, still unofficial and provisional at this point. But it's just amazing to know that he has won a 2nd championship on the bounce in the Scottish Fiesta Championship. Jerry Henry really is a star of this championship. Jerry, third one here. And Jerry, unofficial at the moment, still pretty much provisional, but by the math, you are the 2025 Fiesta ST champion of Scotland. Your reaction to that?
Sounds good. Yeah, great. Can't believe what a year. Car's been brilliant. No major mechanical issues, which has helped. Points win prizes, and we've just finished every race. So, yeah, great. Great weekend.
And there was a big battle there as well at the beginning of the race as well. Your perspective of that, especially with all the drama in the second lap?
Yeah, there was a bit of contact between us at the bottom at McIntyre's, but it is what it is. It wasn't meant. It was just racing, I suppose. I would put it down to a wee bit racing incident. But all in all, Jamie had the pace this weekend. I've been struggling to keep up with him from the start of the weekend. So, and he was catching me in that race there, and I was glad to see the checkered flag, to be honest with you. So, well done to him this weekend, and that's it.
Congratulations there, Jerry. Of course, car number 99 finishing second, that being Jamie Dickey. Jamie, you've had the pace there, and your perspective on that fun and games during lap 2, because it seemed to be quite almost as if it was something out of rallycross or something there for a brief minute.
Yeah, I don't remember it that well, to be honest. It's all a bit of a blur, but yeah, I remember bailing out at the chicane and having to cut across the grass to avoid the tyres, but yeah, had the pace there, made a few mistakes, Gary got in front. It was a bit of a shame, but it was a good race, good fun.
Absolutely, congratulations there, Jamie. Third place, of course, car number 35, Andrew Mackey. Andrew, that was a big battle there for second place. It was almost like something out of cross cars there, but a very strong third position at the end of it.
Happy with that, yes. It was a hard fight, yes, but got there in the end.
And of course, the October finale coming up, you're looking forward to that one?
Yes, I am there. Hopefully do better than that one.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations there. Andrew Mackey, third place. And now Angus Ross, car number 17. Another strong result there in the newcomers class.
Yeah, absolutely delighted with that one at the PB. I capitalised on that, unfortunately, so Dave Colville and Mike. And it was 50-50. I just happened to go the right way, and yeah, it was fantastic.
Congratulations there. And finally, of course, Lachlan McLaughlin, our challenge class winner. Another strong result in challenge class there. Set you up pretty good for the finale at the end of the season.
Yeah, that was an intense race. I obviously saw Dave go off at the start, and then every corner I looked at my mirror and he got closer and closer. So yeah, quite well done there with Lucy and Dave. But, yeah, great result.
Absolutely, congratulations there. So Lachlan McLaughlin now challenge contender, winner, second place overall as well in the newcomers. Angus Ross wins the newcomer class, but the top three in reverse order: number 35 Andrew Mackey, second place car number 99 Jamie Dickey, and of course our race winner and 2025 champion of the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, number 1 Jerry Hendry.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Chris. That's great to see their first champion crowned of the season, and bang on time we've got the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship contenders, sponsored by Hallow Report. They are arriving on the grid now for the start of their race. It's going to be a 12-lap race for them. Alistair Coates on pole position in car 32, an MGB GTV8. The same type of car is on alongside him on the front row. That's number 13, Alistair Baptiste. Second row, we've got 91, Craig Houston in his Lotus XL, and the 51 car of Ewan Anderson, another MGB GTV8. Andrew Kinmond has put his TVR Vixen fifth on the grid, number 62, alongside the similarly coloured car, the bright orange, number 88 Triumph Tier 8 of Shawnee Patterson. John Kinmond and Jimmy Crow are on the next row, number 63 and 21, an Austin Mini and a Scimitar Coupe. Then Paul Bowers Fiat, hopefully is going to line up 9th position. Yes, he's there. He had problems in qualifying, had to get towed back in at the end of qualifying, but good to see he is there in car 71. Ian Mitchell, number 11, reigning champion in the class, in Class A. He's lining up 10th. Then behind them we've got the 666 car of Aaron Hunter, a Ford Fiesta XR2, and a similar Ford Fiesta of Sonny Gray, number 23, beside him in 12th position. 13th and 14th, Jim Grant in the white Lotus Elan. Good to see him back. Don't remember seeing him for a while on these grids. He's there 13th, 14th to 67, Richard Cooper's Ginetta, and at the back we've got Tony Leese's Volkswagen Golf, which looks almost too modern for a classic sports saloon race, but it's there nonetheless, and Michael Longstaff's MG Midget at the back, number 5. Cars are lined up and ready to go. We're just getting into the countdown now. The start line marshals have given the OK from the back of the grid. Red lights are coming on. Engine notes rising. It's going to be a drag race of V8 engines to the first corner. Long hold on the red lights. Away we've got Alistair Baptiste off like a rocket, and so is the 51 car of Ewan Anderson from behind him. So they go into first and second position, ahead of pole position man Alistair Coates, who's demoted to third, but he might outbreak himself into second. No, they are 1, 2, 3 for the MGBs, and then I think that's Shawnee Patterson in his V8 engine TR8 behind them. So that's 4 British Leyland V8 engines, first, second, third and fourth, ahead of the Lotus XL of Craig Houston, who drops the 5th from third on the grid. So the MGBs sprint away along the back straight, everybody safely through past the chicane, and into Clark Corner comes Alistair Baptiste, and he's sprinting away in fine style from the rest of the field. He's already opened up a significant gap, and here comes the pole position man, number 32, Alistair Coates, to challenge for second place, but breaks significantly earlier than Ewan Anderson in the green MG. So Ewan Anderson retains his second place, but Alistair Coates in the white MG seems to have a bit more power and goes cruising past on the straight. So 32 back into second position ahead of the 51 of Ewan Anderson. He drops now down to third after his demon start from the second row. Shawnee Patterson then in fourth, then it's Craig Houston's Lotus, and we've got the TVR Vixen of Andrew Kinmond behind them in 5th position. Next up is Jimmy Crow in the Scimitar, and then we've got the Austin Mini of John Kinmond. That's a fantastic performance by John Kinmond, because that's a car that's carrying a fraction of the power of many of the others in this race, and yet he's got there in 8th position. Started 7th, he's dropped 1 place to 8th, but that's forgivable, given that we're on a pure dry track and the Mini really comes into its own in the wet. Into the hairpin to go for the second time, and Alistair Baptiste looking reasonably comfortable in the lead, but we'll need to keep an eye on the timing computer here, because the second place car, Alistair Coates, has got phenomenal straight line speed. It's immensely powerful, I think it's just a few more horsepower in that car now than there were when it left the factory. I think that's fair to say. It's a monster on the straights, and that is keeping him actually pretty close to Alistair Baptiste. He was 1.3 seconds down last time around, and let's see if he can maintain that. In terms of lap times, he is the quickest man on track, is 32, Alistair Coates. He's done a 57.942 to Alistair Baptiste's best of a 58.4, so this could get tasty actually. Alistair Baptiste slides his way through Clark Corner. Alistair Baptiste's got a very entertaining driving style. Likes to steer a car on the throttle sometimes when he can, if he's got enough power, and that's exactly what he's been doing around the lap here. And that is keeping Alistair Coates in contact. Alistair Coates relying on straight line power to build his lap time, and he's not letting Alistair Baptiste get away here. Alistair Baptiste opened up a big gap, 1.5 seconds on the opening lap of the race, but Alistair Coates is on a similar performance to him. This time round, Alistair Baptiste taking the fastest lap of the race, a 57.659, so that's just a couple of tenths quicker than Alistair Coates' best. Alistair Coates setting a best at this time round as well. Ewan Anderson on 59.001, so Ewan Anderson dropping away a little bit from the leading pair. And Ewan Anderson, in fact, will just have to keep an eye on his mirror because just coming over the horizon towards him is Shawnee Patterson's Triumph TR8. Easy to spot in the bright orange paintwork, it has to be said, if you're looking for that in your mirror. But Shawnee not close enough at the moment to be within striking distance. Further down the field, John Kinman still holding his own in the number 63 Mini. And next up behind him is the Lotus Elan of Jim Grant. So Jim Grant some way behind. In fact, Jim Grant is holding off reigning champion Ian Mitchell. Ian Mitchell is another of these drivers that last year scored a 100% record. He won his class every single time out. He didn't always have it easy. He had to fight for those class wins, but he got them every single time. That was a fantastic performance. But John Kinman in the Mini, currently leading Class A, as Alistair Baptiste goes even quicker now. Alistair Baptiste set another fastest lap of the race, a 57.579. That's 3 tenths quicker than Alistair Coates' fastest. So I think Baptiste beginning to extend the lead. He's now 2.2 seconds ahead, so he's got that one nailed. Now, moving up through the field are Sonny Gray in the XR2 and Aaron Hunter. Now let's see where they've ended up at the moment. The two XR2s are at the 14th and 16th position. It's the Volkswagen Golf of Tony Lees that's moving up. He's up to 12th position now from the back of the grid, and he's taken Michael Longstaff with him. So the two of them are moving up through. 12th and 13th they've got to now from the back of the grid. They've passed the two XR2s, and Richard Cooper 67 in the Ginetta, second from the back of the mid-15th position. Meanwhile, at the front, Alistair Baptiste still leads in the number 13 car from Alistair Coates in the 32, Ewan Anderson in the 51. So those three MGB GTV8s at the front, and then Shawnee Patterson's Triumph TR8 ahead of Craig Houston's Lotus. And then we have Andrew Kinman in the 62 car, which is the TVR Vixen. So Alistair Baptiste leading the race is already starting to lap people. He's now lapped he's now lapped the 67 car of Richard Cooper. So that's the Ginetta being lapped by Alistair Baptiste, and Alistair's going to find himself catching quite a busy knot of traffic now, because he's going to be up to the back of Sonny Gray's XR2 in just a few corners time. They're just going through the chicane just now. And Alistair Baptiste will catch the XR2 on the run towards Clark Corner, and he's passed the XR2 on the way into Clark Corner. His next target is to pass the Volkswagen Golf of Tony Lees. Tony sees him coming, gets out of the way, as does Michael Longstaff in the number 5 MG Midget. So Alistair Baptiste now well through the field in terms of lapping everybody, but coming through behind him will be Alistair Coates. Alistair Coates now 4.9 seconds down as we reach the halfway point of the race. And it's Paul Bowers and Ian Mitchell are going to be the next cars to be lapped as Alistair Baptiste catches them going into Duffers. What a move by Alistair Baptiste. That was a late lunge to pass both Bowers and Ian Mitchell. Ian Mitchell luckily saw Alistair Bapty coming there because the closing speed was quite significant as they went into Duffus there. But and Alistair Bapty's next target is the Lotus of Jim Grant, which he will pass before they get to Clark Corner, and then he's got clear track ahead of him again, so a little delay as he's worked his way through that, but he's still 6 seconds now ahead of Alistair Coates, and still holds the fastest lap of the race at 57.341. Looking down the classes, Alistair Bapty is leading Class E, and the first 4 cars on the road are all Class E cars, all these V8 engined British Leyland cars, the 3 MGs and the Triumph TR8. Class B is being led by Andrew Kinmond in the number 62 TVR Vixen. Class G is Jimmy Crow in the Scimitar Coupe, and Class A is with John Kinmond in the number 63 Austin Mini. Jim Grant is in Class I, and he's leading that, down in 9th place overall. And Class B, we've done Class B, the XR class is being led by Sonny Gray in 13th position overall, car 23. So that's where the class positions are at the moment. 8 laps completed, 4 to go. Alistair Bapty still in front by a margin now of 7 seconds. He's pulling away at close to a second a lap from the opposition. So a crushing display by Alistair Bapty. As we saw in the early stages, his car is not the fastest in a straight line. That honour goes to Alistair Coates, but in terms of getting round corners and speed, Alistair Bapty's car is the best sorted, highest grip car that's out there. Alistair Coates has now worked his way through all that traffic that Alistair Bapty had to pick his way through, so Alistair Coates will come out the hairpin and he'll just catch the back end of Alistair Bapty's car disappearing over the brow of the hill. So he's still just about the visual contact, but by the time he gets over the brow of the hill, Alistair Bapty has disappeared down Duffus, so he's only just keeping Alistair Bapty in sight and no more, with the gap now at just 7.5 seconds as Alistair Coates was delayed working his way through the traffic. Alistair Coates still lapping quickly in the 59s. Alistair Bapty in the mid 58s now. They've done their fastest laps of the race in the early stages to establish their positions, but with 3 laps to go, performance tends to go off on these cars, which usually find that about a third to halfway through the race is when they set their absolute fastest times, when the balance between fuel load and tyre performance is at its optimum. And then as you get towards the end of the race, although the fuel load lightens, which is worth a little bit of extra lap time, the tyre performance, well, the tyres start to get a little bit tired, particularly in these very powerful V8 engine cars, so the performance starts to slip away a little bit towards the end, just by the odd 10th here and there. It's a very subtle effect, but we usually see maximum performance in these cars a third to halfway through the race, so we're well past that stage now as we see Ewan Anderson in the 51 car lapping Jim Grant's Lotus. Jim Grant still in the top 10 overall though, in that white Lotus Elan number 25, and he is in 9th position. The Lotus Elan, a great piece of engineering actually. It's a 1960s car, believe it or not, and it's still very, very rapid, and it's a great competition car even today. Amazing influence of Colin Chapman through the history of the car. We saw a Caterham R400, which is originally a Colin Chapman design from the 1950s. We've got a Lotus Elan in this race, a Colin Chapman design from the 1960s, and then we've got a Lotus of the 1970s and 80s era in terms of the Lotus Excel of Craig Houston, which is running 5th overall in this race. And they're all built to ultra lightweight, they're all built for the maximum possible grip and road holding, the best possible handling, and that's Lotus's reputation built on those attributes. And Craig Houston's car, although it looks larger, it's still very lightweight. It's a fiberglass shell that is built around with a steel backbone chassis, and very, very effective. As we can see, the 2 Lotuses together actually going to the Beatson's Bridge. The tiny little white Elan of Jim Grant being lapped by Craig Houston's much more modern number 91 Lotus XL. I say more modern, but that's still a 40-plus-year-old car. Out of the hairpin, a little bit of overtaking going on as Sir Paul Bowers passes the Ginetta of Richard Cooper. It's one of the very earliest Ginetta models, that the 67, quite away from the Genesis Machine Racing today as the checkered flag is out. Yes, that's Alistair Bapty. In fact, he's just won the race. I wasn't sure if the checkered flag had waved there or not, but Alistair Bapty has passed the checkered flag. He's won the race. 12 laps completed, 32. Alistair Coates in 2nd position, and then Ewan Anderson coming home now in 3rd in the number 51 MGB GTV8. So it's a 1-2-3 for MGB GTV8s. Alistair Bapty, Alistair Coates and Ewan Anderson. Coming home fourth then is Shawnee Patterson, and actually he's not that far ahead of Craig Houston's Lotus in fifth position. So 88 Shawnee Patterson fourth, Craig Houston the Lotus number 91 is fifth. And then next up is Andrew Kinmond in the TVR Vixen number 62. And next overall will be Jimmy Crowe. There's a few other lapped cars between them all, but Jimmy Crowe crossing the line now to take seventh position in his number 21 Scimitar Coupe. And then next up is Andrew Kinmond. So last couple of cars home are going to be the XR2 of Sonny Gray, then Paul Bowers' Fiat, who finishes just ahead of Richard Cooper. That was a little battle going on in the last couple of laps of the race in Class A. But Richard Cooper finished there. And Aaron Hunter, triple six, the XR2, a non-finisher in that one. So unfortunately he only completed 4 laps. So the winner overall then, Alistair Bapty, car 13, who also took the fastest lap of the race, a 57.341. And he finished 11.07 seconds ahead of Alistair Coates, number 32. And Ewan Anderson, number 51, in third position. Class winners, Alistair Bapty wins Class E. Class B is won by Craig Houston. Class G by Jimmy Crowe. Class A, John Kinmond. And then Class I, Jim Grant. The XR class by Sonny Gray. So we'll see them coming around to the Parc Fermé area now, and they'll get a word with Chris and Alistair Bapty. Not always microphone friendly, and not in a good way. I'll have to have the bleep machine ready, but see how you get on, Chris.
It's okay. It's okay. We can do it. We can use that. We can bleep out stuff in the edit. But assuming we even do edits on radio programming here at Knockhill. But the cars now pulling themselves into the victory circle area. And that Alistair Bapty car looks absolutely resplendent. It absolutely does. In fact, I think I've even seen pictures of this car competing in the Thunder Saloons, the special saloons and mod sports in the VSCC. So maybe a couple more outings than that. I've just noticed all the other MGs have just driven past me there, but never mind.
Yeah,
it's still
I think you'll be getting class winners.
I see. That probably explains it. Well, nonetheless, for all you MG fans out there, it was another 1-2-3 for the MG brand, so you may rejoice to your content in that respect. And it's been quite a good race as well for many of the other British cars as well. We've got a Lotus and even a Mini lined up as well here, and we see the 77 VW Golf going past. I've noticed that car's got 750 Motor Club branding on it, so probably competes in the historic Stock Hatch Championships. So nice to have that car guesting up here. So Alistair Bapty now got his helmet off and he's just going to climb out the car. And Alistair, that was a very, very impressive run there, and an extremely dominant run as well.
Well, like a bit of domination on a Sunday, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, another 1-2-3 there for the MGs, but you know, Alistair Coates' car just seems to have the legs on the opposition there. I mean, this car is also good, but it's almost akin to that.
I like all drivability, but it's just the tyres and everything on the day.
Absolutely. And then one more final race later on. You're looking forward to that one? The same strategy as before?
Yeah, it's going to pour rain, hopefully, so that should. I like the rain. Prefer it to the dry.
Absolutely, congratulations there. Car number 13, of course, is Alistair Bapty, overall winner and Class E winner as well. And going to get a quick little interview here. Here we go. I'm just going to get a quick interview here with Craig Houston, one of our Class B contenders. And Craig, another successful class win there, and another successful run for the Lotus as well.
Yes, mate, yeah, really happy. Really happy. We've done some major work over the last few months, so I'm really happy that it's behaving itself and doing what it's supposed to do.
Of course, the next race coming up later on in the afternoon. Expected the weather conditions to be a bit less pleasant than they are currently. Any strategies, any quirks that this car might be able to capitalise on?
Yep, I'm going to soften up the back and change the wheels for wets, definitely. Even if it stays dry, I'm changing it just in case, 100%.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, Craig Houston, winner in Class B, and also rocking that Olivetti backed helmet. John Kinmond is next up. John, great result there again for you, and another strong result for the little Mini as well.
Yeah, I didn't help at the beginning. I don't think I had it in gear when the lights went off.
So everybody went streaming past and left me sitting there wondering what had happened. Selected first, and then we got away after that.
What's it like, though, driving this little car as well? I mean, it's really, in a championship like this, it's really a sort of a David and Goliath struggle here when you've got the big power cars and the little nimble cars all battling it out. Do you feel that's a dynamic that plays out regularly?
It makes quite a difference at the start of the race when you're just setting off. But once the race gets into full stride, then the bigger cars do just slot into their rightful positions, and the smaller engine cars just have to chase the scraps out of them.
Girl? No, stop it, man. I saw her first. My Lord. Nah, back off, man.
First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. I'm trying hard not to stare, don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool, gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in all the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. I'm here to testify, give me a chance, I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna mess me up, cause I'm one of a kind. You're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Wolves hollering at the moon, peacocking acting like a fool. I'm bothered as they sift through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here, we're so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, and I'm blowing your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. So, you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Chance I'm satisfied. And I'm blowing your mind. Don't wanna pass me up. Checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. What word if I love make you scream and shout?
then I'm blowing up my phone. No, I'm not used to time on my ends. And I don't know if I like it, get so restless on my own. Ooh, downtime, faster than mine. A little too much independence, get high at 10 a.m. and now I got nothing to do. I got nothing to do. Yeah, I got nothing to do. Yeah, I got nothing to do. Oh, I got nothing to do. Yeah. I got everything I wanted. I've been so used to running. I used to kicking off my shoes. A little too much independence, get high at 10 a.m. and now I got nothing to do. I got nothing to do. Yeah, I got nothing to do. Yeah, I got nothing to do. I got nothing to do. I ain't got nothing to do. I got nothing, yeah. Yeah.
I'm so fucking bored, y'all.
Check 1, 2, let the beat break through. 3, 4, light up the floor. 5, 6, got a brand new mix. We're turning up now, yeah, this is it. Shining brighter than the city lights. Bring fire, keeping it alive. Do you feel that rhythm running through your veins? It's all about the heat and love we bring. I'm locked and ready to fly, so smooth. Do you feel that spark? Man, you got a funk. Lift the sky with your flat knock. Who's there having the best time of their lives? Twist that bar, yeah, you got it right. Spin it, shake, clap, hop into the sound. Feel the music start. Spin it round like a hurricane. Feel the rush, let the music in. Up and down, let it spin around. Side to side, let your body slide. I wanna do it all night long. I wanna dance till the music's gone. I wanna dance till the music's gone. I wanna dance till the music. I'm locked and ready to fly, so smooth. Do you feel that spark? Man, you got a funk. Lift the sky with your flat knock. Who's there having the best time of their lives? Twist that bar, yeah, you got it right. Spin it, shake, clap, hop into the sound.
I wanna dance till the music.
keep it funky. stop it, man. I saw it first. My Lord. Nah, back off, man.
First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. I'm trying hard not to stare. Don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in on the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. I'm here to testify. Give me a chance, I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up cause I'm one of a kind. High side, you're checking me out. Trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacock and acting like a fool. I'm bothered as you sit through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here, we're so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. You're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Chance I'm satisfied. You're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out.
but then I'm blowing up my phone. No, I'm not used to time on my ends, and I don't know if I like it, get so restless on my own. Ooh, downtime, I shouldn't mind. A little too much and a panic get high at 10 a.m. and now I got nothing to do. I got nothing to do. Yeah, I got nothing to do.
funky.
that girl?
No, stop it, man. I saw it first.
My lord.
Nah, back off, man.
Yeah. First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. I'm trying hard not to stare. Don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in all the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. I'm here to testify. Give me a chance, I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up cause I'm one of a kind. So you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'ma figure it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacock and acting like a fool. I'm bothered as they sift through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here with so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up cause I'm one of a kind. So you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Testify, chance I'm satisfied. Checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't have first, I'ma figure it out.
3, 2, 1.
From the back of the grid, we're into the countdown. 1 minute board is shown, so let's hope we get a good clean race out of this one. 30-second board. Engine notes rise as we've seen the 5-second boards. The red lights will come on now. 5 lights on. And away we go, and everybody makes a very good start. As they get up to second gear, though, Jack Irvine has a little surge forward, gets himself into third position. The leading is fighting it out at the front, though, and Ollie Mortimer gets through ahead of Jack Irvine into second place as they go down the hill at Leslie's. Jack Irvine in second. He's going to challenge Ollie Mortimer as they go into McIntyre. Doesn't make it through, though. Has to settle for second position with Stuart McFadden in third position and Daniel Patterson behind him in fourth, ahead of Chad Little as they stream down through Butchers up through the chicane, and Ollie Mortimer already building a lead as they go along the back straight. Jack Irvine fending off the attention to Stuart McFadden in third position, and up they come through Clark Corner. Everybody safely through that far, so we're getting some racing mileage at last as Jack Irvine now has to go down the right hand side of the road to make sure he's defending from Stuart McFadden in the battle for second and third as they come in towards the hairpin, and Jack Irvine manages to stay in second as they come through there. It's Daniel Patterson then in third with Chad Little just behind him. Chad Little's positioned himself to the right hand side of the track, hoping to get an overlap against Daniel Patterson. He's gaining on him very, very gradually, but not enough to get alongside before Daniel Patterson closes that little gap. Chad Little still having a little look at the inside there at Duffus, but stays in fifth position behind Daniel Patterson for the moment, as Ollie Mortimer leads the way from Jack Irvine, Stuart McFadden, Daniel Patterson, Chad Little, Chris Coburn and the rest. Still everybody on track. Through the chicane they go for the second time. Up towards Clark Corner. Ollie Mortimer's lead maybe coming down a little bit there as the point along the back straight. Still Jack Irvine in second. But this time, Stuart McFadden moving to one side, to the left-hand side, to see if he can get a gap to put his car through as they get to the hairpin. But not quite close enough to do it that time. And still Chad Little not able to find a way past Daniel Patterson either. Daniel Patterson, of course, a race winner this year, so he's just as quick as Chad. So it's not going to be easy for Chad Little to make up positions here. And still Chris Coburn sitting in 6th position. Daniel Patterson has just set the fastest lap of the race so far on lap 2, 62.542. That's the first flying lap of the race. So we'll see if that gets improved upon. 62.542 to Daniel Patterson. He's in 4th position, just ahead of Chad Little and Chris Coburn. Chad Little dropping a few lengths back from Daniel Patterson there. In fact, Chris Coburn almost in touching distance as they went through the chicane there. So we still have effectively a 5-car or 6-car battle for the lead of the race. Ollie Mortimer, having established an initial lead on lap 1, is not getting away from them actually. He's stuck about half a second in front and he just can't seem to stretch that gap. And in fact the gap's coming down substantially as they head towards the hairpin this time. Any one of the first 3 cars could lead as they come out the hairpin. Jack Irvine locks a wheel and he gets that close to Ollie Mortimer. And he's trying to get an overlap on the exit. Ollie Mortimer moving across, but Jack Irvine is there, so Ollie's got to give him room. And Stuart McFadden trying to get through the same gap as well. They're both alongside Ollie Mortimer, and they're both squeezing their way past as they go into the Beatson's Bridge. So Ollie Mortimer dropping down potentially to 3rd position unless he can drive right round the outside of them, which he does. Drive round the outside of Stuart McFadden at turn 1. That's fantastic. And back into 2nd place as they get down to McIntyre's. Stuart McFadden under attack from Daniel Patterson there. Had to be brave at McIntyre's, but maintains his 3rd position. Daniel Patterson still in 4th ahead of Chad Little and Chris Coburn. So Jack Irvine then now leads the race ahead of Ollie Mortimer, but Ollie Mortimer's not letting him get away, and he's left no gap between himself and Jack Irvine ahead of him, and there's about a 3 or 4 car length gap back to the rest as they head on to Hislopton up towards the hairpin once again. And Jack Irvine will be very conscious of Ollie Mortimer making a dive down the inside into the hairpin. Jack Irvine locks a rear wheel and they're side by side through the corner, and Ollie Mortimer takes the lead. Jack Irvine runs wide over the gravel, loses 2nd place to Daniel Patterson, slots in then to 3rd ahead of Chad Little. And now we've got the 53 of Stuart McFadden down in 6th position, but well and truly still in the fight here. So it's an excellent mini race. It's just never settling down into a pattern. There's 6 cars plus all battling out at the front of the field. Daniel Patterson, though, applying maximum possible pressure to Ollie Mortimer now as they head down through Butchers and up towards the chicane. That's one of Ollie Mortimer's strongest parts of the circuit, though, through the chicane, but Daniel Patterson doesn't let him escape there. Stays very much in contact. Of course, the battle for championship points is such that Daniel Patterson's going to take the maximum points because Ollie Mortimer's just a guest driver. He's not scoring points, but he's still in front. He still wants to win the race. And the leading 2 now beginning to break away from 3rd and 4th. And behind them, Stuart McFadden under attack now from 17 of Chris Coburn, and he's got past Chris Coburn, so Stuart McFadden up a place to 5th. Chris Coburn not able to retain his 5th position, although Chris Coburn comes out alongside him as they cross the line, but McFadden has the inside for turn 1, so may be able to defend this. Stuart McFadden currently in 5th. Is he going to stay in 5th? No, he drops to 6th as Chris Coburn goes through and retakes that 5th position. Chad Little down the inside of Jack Irvine going into McIntyre. It didn't work though. Jack Irvine retakes the position as they exit the corner. So Jack Irvine stays in 3rd position, but disappearing up the road ahead of them now by some margin. Almost a second ahead is Ollie Mortimer and Daniel Patterson. Quarter of a second between the leading pair, and then nearly a second back to Jack Irvine in 3rd place. Chad Little still trying to find a way onto the podium here. Let's see if he's got anything to do to try and pass Jack Irvine in here, but doesn't make an attempt there. It does force Jack Irvine to be slightly defensive and therefore not on the optimum line and fastest line through the corner. So we've got two cars battling for the lead, 2 cars battling for the last podium position, and 4 cars squabbling over the rear of the field, although I think there's a car in trouble at the back there. I think the 52 car seems to have slowed down significantly. Michael Williams dropping to the back. Meanwhile, the leaders are down into McIntyre's. A little lock-up again from Jack Irvine. It looks like his inside rear wheel quite often locks up under braking for the slower corners on the circuit. That's the hairpin. And McIntyre's doesn't seem to slow him down, but it's just a slightly different characteristic of his car in terms of the brake bias relative to Chad Little's behind him. And Chad Little's staying just a fraction behind him on track. I think if anything's going to happen, it's those two that are going to swap positions soon as they head towards the hairpin once again. Chad Little, is he going to take a run at Jack Irvine? Yes, he is. Dives down the inside, gets his nose into third place as they get to the apex of the corner. Chad Little is up into third position. Jack Irvine again thrown out across the gravel. That slows down his exit speed from the corner, and he's slow up the straight, which means that he's dropped back from Chad Little. So Chad Little up into third position. Now, can he close the gap to the guys in front? There's only 2 laps to go, including the one they've just started, and Chad Little is 1.5 seconds behind second place man Daniel Patterson and the leader Ollie Mortimer a further third of a second up the road. So if the leading pair start seriously squabbling here, which they might do, then Chad Little could well catch them. It's still not a lost cause. At least he's on the podium now, but can he get to the front? That's the big question, is see if he's able to catch the leaders. But as they come through Clark Corner again, it's still Ollie Mortimer inch perfect. Ollie Mortimer, one of the most successful drivers we've ever seen, if not the most successful we've ever seen in Scottish mini racing. And he knows how to lead a race, he knows how to withstand the pressure and distraction of somebody sitting right on his boot in second position. And that's him through the hairpin again. Still Ollie Mortimer in front from Daniel Patterson. Chad Little in no man's land in third place. And then Jack Irvine ahead of Stuart McFadden in the 4th and 5th place battle. But we're on to the last 1.25 miles of the race. Ollie Mortimer leads into Duffus from Daniel Patterson. And the lead is down to 1/4 second. And behind them, Chad Little's taken about 1/4 second out of them. So he's catching them, but he's going to run out of laps. He's not going to get there before the finish unless there's a mistake from one of the 2 cars in front. So it looks like Chad Little is going to have to settle for third here. Jack Irvine, though, is under massive pressure in the battle of 4th and 5th, and he's going to have Stuart McFadden trying to pass him into Clark Corner, but he's defended that okay. So that's going to be one to watch as they get to the last corner, last lap of the hairpin, as is the battle for the lead, with Ollie Mortimer in front then in car 70, Daniel Patterson car 18. Is he going to make an attempt here? He takes a slightly different line through the corner. Ollie Mortimer just slows him down a little bit on the apex and shuts down the right hand side of the road as they exit the corner. Ollie knows every trick in the book, so Ollie Mortimer is going to win the race from Daniel Patterson in second place, Chad Little in third, Jack Irvine and Stuart McFadden dead heat across the line, and I'm going to have to look at the timing computer. Stuart McFadden beats Jack Irvine by 21 thousandths of a second as they cross the line. Well done to Stuart McFadden. That was a great last lap manoeuvre through the hairpin and up the straight. So Stuart McFadden, number 53, takes 4th place ahead of Jack Irvine by 21 milliseconds. So Ollie Mortimer wins the race in car 70, and his winning margin was 0.311 of a second over the number 18 car of Daniel Patterson, and Chad Little finished third. Chad Little at number 25 set the fastest lap of the race, though, a 1 minute 2.511 second lap. Third place was Chad Little, then, as I said, number 25. Number 53, Stuart McFadden, was 4th, and Jack Irvine, number 65, was in 5th position. Behind him, Blair Dryburgh, number 32, and Chris Coburn, number 17, were 6th and 7th. Barry Holmes, at 88, was 8th. Jonathan Wilde started at the back but made his way up to 9th in car 5. And then we have 52, Michael Williams in 10th, and David Robb, number 6, in 11th. So excellent mini race, very well behaved as well. So Ollie Mortimer wins it in car 70 from Daniel Patterson, 18, and Chad Little, number 25. Ollie Mortimer, of course, not scoring points, so Daniel Patterson takes a maximum points haul of 25 points to 20 for Chad Little and 16 for Stuart McFadden. Stuart McFadden also the top newcomer in that race. So cars heading back round to pit lane, and we'll hear from the winning drivers in just a few moments' time with Chris. Following this, we'll have the Scottish Motorsports race, then C1 Cup, the Legends final, and the Classic Sports and Saloons ahead of the Superlap Scotland final. So Chris, over to you.
Yep, and that is, of course, the last mini race of the weekend, and what a frenetic one that was indeed. And thankfully, of course, wasn't perpetuated by any major pile-ups or disasters. But the man of the moment is Ollie Mortimer, a return to winning ways. And for someone who is just guesting and hasn't been here for the majority of the season, he has just shown to the entire world that he has not lost a single ounce of what makes him, in my opinion, and I think an opinion shared by many in the SMRC paddock, one of the greatest mini drivers of his time. Absolutely astounding driving from him.
3, 2, 1.
it might be wrong. We'll wait and see, but the long forecasted rain is not too far away at the moment, so let's hope we can get the C1s out fairly quickly. The marshals still have quite a bit of work to do, actually, because there's a lot of gravel on the track around the hairpin area from where Sean Davison's Honda spun through the gravel on the inside of the hairpin and then landed in the gravel on the outside. So that scattered a lot of stones around. And, of course, there's Louise Strachan's Mini, which is now being towed back in from the gravel trap down at Butcher's. So once that's done, we get the recovery cars back to position, then we'll be good to go. So that's, I think, all the marshals' posts have maybe had a good bit of recovery work to do, because that's the hairpin team getting their turn now out with the brushes. I think the only post that's not had to be out with the brushes is post 10. That's been a quiet post for today, so if you want your first marshalling experience to be a quiet one, then maybe apply for post 10. I don't think I've seen them out on track, but everybody else, all the other marshals around the circuit, have been working very, very hard today. So thanks to them. They've done a fantastic job. We've had endless delays today, but they've made them as minimal as possible with the recovery work and the tidy up work they've done. So our thanks to them for keeping the show on the road. We've got just 1, 2, 3 races to go and the Superlap Scotland final, which will decide the Superlap Championship. So unless there's a major outrageous disaster in that, we can work out who's going to be champion, and we'll give you that update as we go into that section of the programme. But right now, Citroen C1s, and they have a partial reverse grid, so it's like touring car style. They've reversed the first 5 positions following the result of race 1. So Aidan Wilson, who was the winner in race 1, drops down to 5th on the grid for this one. And Martin Nisbet, who was 5th in the previous race, gets promoted to pole position, car 117. That means that James McCracken, number 77 in the partial martini colour scheme, he'll be alongside him on the front row. On the second row, we'll have championship contender James Hitchin, number 27, and Gregor McFadden, number 18. They will be side by side. And then on the third row, Aidan Wilson, race 1 winner, number 24, and Henry Gillespie, who set the fastest lap in that last race. He will line up 8th in 6th position, which is where he finished the last race. Matthew Baldy, number 9, and Liam Kelson, number 59, will sit on row 4. Josh Golding in the Army liveried car, or Grenadier Guardsman, he's going to be in 9th position in car 560. And Kenny Dock alongside one of the most experienced Citroen C1 racers, he's going to be sitting there in 10th on the grid in car 6. 21 Sam Milnes 11th, number 44 Peter Eadie is in 12th. And Glenn Alcock, successful return to racing for him this weekend. He's managed to finish his qualifying, finish his race, and he's going to line up for his last race of the day in 13th position in car 79. So that's the grid that you're about to see coming out onto track. It's a 10-lap race for the Citroen, slightly shorter race, so the overall race duration is the same as the other classes, but because these cars are just that little bit slower, we get a reduced number of laps. So all the cars heading out there. This has been one of the more well-behaved classes this weekend, with a couple of spins during the qualifying, testing and racing so far, but nothing dramatic, not like we've seen in some of the other classes. So everybody into pit lane and heading out behind the safety car. In terms of positions and classes and things, Gregor McFadden is still regarded as a newcomer in car 18. You wouldn't expect it when you see his performance on track, but he's still a newcomer. Phenomenal talent, Gregor McFadden. He's doing a great job this year. He's lining up on the grid in 4th position for this one. And Matthew Baldy and Joshua Gilding are both, and Glenn Alcock, all regarded as guests, so they won't score championship points. They're lining up 9th, they're lining up 7th, 9th, and 13th on the grid. Everybody else is in a standard C1 class, so they will score the normal championship points, and that's all they'll get. So Mark Nisbet then on pole position ahead of James McCracken. Those are the men to watch as they head round behind the safety car for the formation lap, which will take them onto the grid, so and then a standing start.
Is where the rain is at the moment, according to this.
So I'm hoping we get through this race before the rain that my rain radar says is about to arrive. So Stirling and Falkirk is where the rain is at the moment, according to this. So it's edging closer. We might get a light drop of rain about 4:15. We'll certainly be into heavy rain by 4:45 is what it says here. So I think we'll we should get this race done. Fingers crossed we'll get this race done in the dry. So cars heading towards the hairpin. Some drivers choosing to weave a bit to warm up tyres, but these are standard road going tyres. There's nothing special in them. There's not like they're Michelin Pilot Cup tyres or anything. They're not going to get sticky. So I think it's more psychological than anything else, the warming of tyres on these cars. There's not a lot of grip to be had. They're very, very narrow tyres. And they're also very strictly policed at scrutineering to make sure nobody's trying to run semi-bald tyres and things. There's a very strict definition of tread depth for these cars. So everybody gets the same equipment, no unfair mechanical advantages allowed. And the whole idea is that this should be the least cost possible to get you racing. It's no motor racing is cheap, but this is as cost reduced as it can be. And as long as you don't use up too much money repairing accident damage, then once you've bought the car, the running costs are fairly low. Right, the green flag is waved from the back, so we're pretty much good to go. 30-second board is shown. The red car in pole position, Martini Livery, James McCracken in second position. Red lights coming on. Red lights on, and away we go. Good start for the front row men. Slightly hesitant start from Gregor McFadden in fourth position. That allows James Hitchin to gain an advantage and move up into third position. But it's the pole position man. I think he's going to lead as they come out of Duffus. The side by side into Duffus, but yes, he does it. James Hitchin tries to grab second place. He's side by side with Gregor McFadden as they go through Leslie's. They're still side by side as they get to McIntyre's. Gregor McFadden has to go the long way around McIntyre's. He's got his nose in second place, but James Hitchin has the inside for the run into Butchers. James Hitchin gets second position. Gregor McFadden now being passed by, or trying to be passed by, I saw James McCracken there, but didn't quite make it. James McCracken then drops back into position, and it's James Hitchin in second position, chasing Martin Nisbet through Clark Corner for the first time. Slightly back from them now is the third place man, which is the 77 car of James McCracken, and then everybody else seems to be in fourth place at the moment. It's a huge battle for fourth place. Gregor McFadden just getting the advantage from, I think that's Henry Gillespie. Henry Gillespie is the inside for the hairpin though, and he jumps up into fourth position with Gregor McFadden round the outside of him. A couple of cars through the gravel there losing momentum, but the battle is on for the lead as James Hitchin goes to the front in the 27 car from third on the grid. Martin Nisbet into second position, and the 77 of James McCracken in third. Then quite a gap back to Henry Gillespie, who's got Gregor McFadden tapping in his boot lid almost as they went towards turn one. Aidan Wilson in sixth position behind them. So Aidan Wilson, the championship leader, coming into this weekend. James Hitchin second on the table, but James Hitchin leading the race with Aidan Wilson down in sixth place. That would be a good result for him if it finished like this. It wouldn't finish like this, but that would be a good result for him. So James Hitchin then extending the lead. It was quarter of a second when they crossed the line at the end of lap one. It's probably going to be just a little bit more than that as they get through this time. But Mark Nisbet in second, James McCracken in third. Then a gap then back to the battle for fourth, which still has Henry Gillespie ahead of Gregor McFadden and Aidan Wilson. Gregor McFadden moving around in the 16 behind Henry Gillespie, trying to work out whether he's going to try and pass him on the left or the right. Henry Gillespie resolutely holds to the middle line down the centre of the track, and doesn't leave a gap anywhere for Gregor McFadden to get through, and moves quickly across to the right hand side to avoid him coming through on the inside of Duffus. Meanwhile, the 77 car has picked up a little bit of a toll from Martin Nisbet ahead of him. James McCracken then trying to move to the right hand side, trying to get an overlap as he goes to Duffus. He's just about there, but not quite close enough. Martin Nisbet moves across and shuts down that opportunity. And Henry Gillespie has set the fastest lap of the race. We're only 2 laps in, of course, but 1 minute 10.152 is a fairly keen pace for Henry Gillespie. He's running in fourth place. He set the fastest lap in race 1 as well, but was never in the podium positions, and seems to be the same happening for him again this time. But the leading group is gradually being caught by the chasing 4th, 5th, 6th place battle. So this could get very interesting, because James Hitchin, having looked as though he was going to build a bit of a lead to start with, and got the lead out to 0.7 of a second, that lead's disappeared. That lead is now 1 car length, with the 117 car of Martin Nisbet right behind him and the James McCracken behind them. So this is getting interesting. It looks like they're going to spread out a bit as Gregor McFadden once again tries to tackle Henry Gillespie, but without success. Henry Gillespie just knows how to block the line every time they get to the hairpin. So James Hitchin out in front then, crosses the line again, this time just quarter of a second ahead of Mark Nisbet and James McCracken in pursuit as the 6-car train goes into Beatson's Bridge. Aidan Wilson just a little bit off the back of that train at the moment. He's still in touch with them, but he's not pushing and shoving to try and get a place made up. Gregor McFadden was a little bit offline in third position there as they went into McIntyre's, but wasn't close enough to cause any problems for Mark Nisbet in second position in the 117 car. So the 6-car train leaving everybody else well behind now. Aidan Wilson in sixth is now 4 seconds ahead of Liam Kelso, who's leading the rest of the pack. But we have this amazing queue. 5 cars plus 1 is the battle for the lead. And along we go towards the hairpin again, and wow, how could you predict the outcome of this one? This is amazing stuff as they head in line astern into the hairpin. The concertina together, almost tapping bumpers as they go through the hairpin and out onto the straight once again. And this is Citroen C1 racing at its best, because it's all about momentum conservation, and the man who's conserved the most momentum coming to the hairpin is Henry Gillespie. He's got alongside and he's got his nose in front of the 77 car of James McCracken. James McCracken goes down to 4th, but James McCracken will have the inside for turn 1 at Duffus, and he should be able to retake his third position from Henry Gillespie, unless Henry Gillespie gets really brave and goes round the outside. He doesn't do that though, slots back in behind him, and a little bit of tyre smoke and locked wheels as they went through McIntyre's that time. That's allowed the front two to break away slightly, but James Hitchin is absolutely monstered by Mark Nisbet as he went through the chicane there. Mark Nisbet just almost pushing him through the chicane. As they arrive at Clark Corner though, it's still James Hitchin in front. It's so difficult this to drive at the front of the queue like that and not be distracted and wrong-footed or forced onto unnecessary defensive lines that slow you down. James Hitchin's doing a fantastic job here. Once again though, we've got Henry Gillespie on the attack to try and pass James McCracken's 77 car. He's trying to go around the outside of the hairpin, James McCracken on the inside. Henry Gillespie's going to get the fastest run through, but James McCracken's wise to it, just lifts a little bit on the apex and spoils the momentum from Henry Gillespie. That keeps Gregor McFadden in the scrap though in 5th position, and it's bringing Aidan Wilson just into the back of the group nicely. So the 6 cars now equidistant from each other as they head down towards turn 1 once again. Only a 10-lap race, we've got 5 laps to go, so we're halfway through, and the first 5 cars are separated just by 1.1 seconds. This is incredibly close stuff from the Citroens, and once again, Henry Gillespie now trying to pass Gregor, trying to pass James McCracken as they go through Butchers. It's a tight squeeze, but he's managed to avoid an accident, and the 4 of those cars battling over the last podium position, now dropping back a little bit for the leading duo as they fight amongst themselves, and the leading pair start to break away just a little bit. Still quarter of a second the gap between first and second. James Hitchin still leading from 117 Mark Nisbet. Then the 77 of James McCracken in 3rd ahead of Henry Gillespie in the number 8. The queue now breaking up into 3 groups of 2, but I'm sure they'll come together again as they continue to fight each other. Aidan Wilson is still back at the back of the queue. He's not managed to get his way up the order at all. I don't know if he's just thinking championship points and the need to finish the race, or if he's genuinely unable to pass the 18 car of Gregor McFadden ahead of him. 4 laps to go then, including the one that just started. James Hitchin still leading, this time by 1/3 of a second as they come over the start finish line. A little puff of tyre smoke as he braked for McIntyre, so he is on the limit of what the car will deliver for him. But the key thing is these cars is don't go over the limit, because there's not enough power to drag you back up to speed anytime soon. So it has to be done neatly, tidily, momentum conversation being key. It's a great skill to learn in a race car. Even if you've got a very powerful race car, the ability to do this is really important. So it's a good learning ground, this. James Hitchin still in front though from the 117 of Mark Nisbet as they head round towards the hairpin once again. And Henry Gillespie forcing James McCracken to get quite creative in terms of defensive lines, but he still can't find a way through. And Henry Gillespie, fastest man on track, he still holds the fastest lap of the race, but he just cannot get himself up into a podium position, try as he might. So across the line they go once more. And we have just 3 laps to go now. James Hitchens still leading, this time by 0.4 of a second, so he's gained another 10th on that lap. Personal best time for James McCracken that time round of 1 minute 10.143. Fastest lap with Henry Gillespie at 1 minute 9.826. That's getting close to lap record pace, 1 minute 9.826. And heading down the hill they go with Henry Gillespie, quickest man on track, but can't get to the podium. Let's see if he can change that this time round. He gets a better run through the chicane than James McCracken ahead of him in 3rd place, but it's not enough to bring him in contention at Clark Corner. So the battle continues at the front. Aidan Wilson now, though, has made up a place. Aidan Wilson's finally got past Gregor McFadden. So McFadden, the top newcomer, down into 6th position. Aidan Wilson, championship leader, up into 5th in car 24. And here comes a dive from the 77 car of James McCracken. Tries to get 2nd place from Martin Nisbet. He's got his nose in front. Martin Nisbet's carried good exit speed from the hairpin though, but James McCracken will have the inside line when they get to Duffus. And he's just edging ahead, and he's taken Gillespie with him. Gillespie's seen the hole in the air that he's slotted himself in, and he has got in, and they go 3 wide in the braking for Duffus. They go 3 wide in the battle for 2nd place, and wow, the number 117 of Martin Nisbet trying to pass them all, fails to do so and spins into the gravel and rolls in the gravel on the exit. Leslie, a very, very gentle roll, just tipped onto his side at low speed. But he tried a dive up the inside of McIntyre's to retake the 2 cars in front of him and didn't quite make it. So that leaves James Hitchen miles out in front with 2 laps to go, including the one they're on. New lap record for Aidan Wilson, 1 minute 9.534, just as the red flag comes out. And I don't think we'll see this race restarted because there's only a lap and a half to go. So well done to James Hitchen. James Hitchens won that race. And we'll see what the timing computer adjusts to, because it's showing Martin Nisbet as 2nd, but Martin Nisbet is actually on his side in the gravel at Leslie's. He'll be completely unhurt by that, so anyone worried about his welfare listening to this in the pit lane, it was the most gentle of gentle rolls. It went up onto 2 wheels, got to that sort of 45 degrees and then just tipped on his side. So he didn't hit anything, there's no impact involved. He'll be fine when he gets out of the car. And the car may not even be damaged at all, apart from a few chips in the paint, so nothing to worry about there. And the marshals there in attendance. But red flag, this has been a day of red flags, and we haven't even got to the wet weather driving yet, which is going to come soon, I'm sure. But Henry Gillespie gets the fastest lap of the race, a new lap record for him. I think he'll be credited with 3rd place at the end. The result is declared at 7 laps though, so that would show Mark Nisbet being in 2nd place, even though he's on his side in the gravel and was the cause of the red flag. I need to get into the small print of the regulations, because I'm not sure if you can claim your position if you're actually the cause of the red flag. So this is going to be interesting. I'm not sure who is going to get the podium positions on this, but James Hitchen is certainly the winner of the race. There's no doubt about that. But I'm afraid, Chris, I can't give you much clue as to what the 2nd, 3rd, 4th is. So the timing computer tells me James McCracken was 3rd in the car 77, Henry Gillespie 4th in car 8. But it may be they'll get promoted to 2nd and 3rd.
Well, I'm down here in the winner's circle anyway, and I'm just going to try and interview who I can. And first off is, of course, James Hitchen. James, it's been a bit of a struggle over the course of the weekend, but you got that win there. And but what a battle, though. 6 cars for the lead for most of the race.
Yeah, I couldn't believe the difference having a tow made in race 1 compared to 2. I just couldn't break away from Mark. I was kind of happy it was in behind. I know he's a great racer, so I trusted him. And I could see it all kicking off behind, and when the red flags came out, I didn't know what had happened, but I'll take it first. It seems to have done me a favour for the championship anyway.
Absolutely, and of course the October finale coming up. You're looking forward to that one?
If I can get the car fixed, yeah. We've got a module problem with the ABS, so we're running on 3 brakes at the minute. If we can get that sorted, we should be good to go.
Absolutely, congratulations there, James. And I'm just going to have a quick word with number 77. That is, of course, James McCracken. James, your perspective on that calamity there that brought out the red flag?
Geez, it was a tough battle the whole race. And then we were kind of three wide getting into Duffus. I was beside Henry, and then I just felt I wanted to smack, and I heard that Mark rolled it or something, but it was pretty scary. I managed to gather it back up and then follow it round to the finish.
It was a good race, though. It was a very tight battle up there for the most part.
Yeah, It was quite intense for myself. It was basically defending against Henry for most of it. And I managed to get a wee run on Mark and went for it, so got into second, tried to hold that, still battling with the two of them behind, and that ended up so gutted for them right enough that it's happened at the end of the meeting.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a superb effort there, and hopefully everyone's okay from that one. And finally, Gregor McFadden, another strong result for you, another class win as well, and another top 6 result.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty good. It was very busy race, should I say. But yeah, it was good to get another newcomers win. I think that's me wrapped it up now, but I'm not really that clued up on all the points now. But yeah, nice to be up the front with all the boys, and it was good fun, good fun racing.
So congratulations there, Gregor. Another class win, and as he says, again, unofficial, but Gregor McFadden there, and I suppose the points will also confirm it as the newcomers champion of 2025 in the Citroen C1s, and of course James Hitchin, the overall winner of race 2. That concludes the C1s for today and of course the weekend. Next up, it is the Scottish Legends Championship final for Sunday. And, well, we've had plenty of action and unpredictable drama from that lot today thus far. And I suspect this final is going to be just as, if not even more, unpredictable than it has been all through the day.
Yes, the only thing we can predict is the unpredictability. So we've got Legends in the holding area. They're just about ready to go behind the pace car. They need to get going quick because it's going to rain. According to the rain radar, it's going to rain in about 10 minutes. So different opinions out on the spectator bank in there, but my rain radar, and there are other rain radars available, my rain radar says about 4:33. So we'll see how accurate it is. It's certainly on the way. It's past Stirling and Falkirk now, it's past Bowness. So it's nearly here. But anyway, let's enjoy the Legends. Let's hope we get a clean race this time. There's been, I'm sure, a few last-minute repairs done to some of these cars. It'll be interesting to see what cars have managed to make it back out again. Let's hope we get almost a full complement of cars. One or two will be beyond repair, I would have thought, or beyond immediate paddock repair. But I'm sure some miracles have been done by the mechanics there. Now, Chris, I can hear you're nearby somewhere.
fucking bored, y'all?
Check 1, 2, let the beat break through. 3, 4, light up the floor. 5, 6, got a brand new mix. We're turning up now, yeah, this is it. Shining brighter than the city lights. Bring fire, keeping it alive. Do you feel that rhythm running through your veins? It's all about the heat and love you bring. I'm locked and ready to fly, so smooth. Do you feel that spark? Man, you got a funk. Lift the sky with your flat knock. Who's there? In the best time of their lives. Twist that fire, yeah, you got it right. Spin it, shake, clap, hop into the sound. Spin it round like a hurricane. Feel the rush, let the music in. Up and down, let it spin around. Side to side, let your body slide. I wanna do it all night long. I wanna dance till the music's done. I wanna dance till the music's done. I wanna dance till the music. I'm locked and ready to flow, so smooth. Do you feel that spark? Man, you got a funk. Lift the sky with your flat knock. Who's there? In the best time of their lives. Twist that fire, yeah, you got it right. Spin it, shake, clap, hop into the sound.
I wanna dance till the music.
keep it funky.
Chip?
I don't know. I've had a bit of a quiet weekend. Waddell's really closed up on me, so I'll have to look at the points and see how we're planning to attack the final weekend.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a strong result there, Matthew. Matthew Pape there finishing second, and finally Ben Mason. Ben, a strong third place there, and another good haul of points heading into the final 6 races of the season.
Yeah, no, obviously these two guys were quite near the front for the start of that last race there, so I was stone last. So I just kind of had to get my head down, get through the traffic. There was a few kind of hairy moments out there, and I just kind of thought, no, I need to got a championship here, so just backed out a bit, whereas usually I maybe would have gone for it. It's kind of got a different head on my shoulders now. Like I said to you yesterday, I just want to finish all the races. Strong finish to a good weekend, I think. So just a shame about that second race. You know, we all just need to kind of calm down a bit for the first kind of few corners, because that seems to be what the problem is just now. But no, just massive big shout out to all my supporters and mechanics as well. You know, they've done a great job over the weekend and over the year, and we'll see what the next one brings.
Absolutely, and congratulations there. So a quick rundown of the podium there. Ben Mason in car number 22 finished third. Second place is car number 24. That, of course, is Matthew Pape. And then car 71, race winner of the Legends final, Ryan McLeish. And that concludes the Legends action for today and, of course, the weekend. And it's been a real wild one, and it's all still to play for heading into the October event. Meanwhile, though, the last racing action is about to take place, and it's something of a rather classic variety. It's the classic Sports and Saloons coming up in just a few moments.
Yep, cars out on their formation lap behind the safety car as we speak. And this grid, fairly simple grid, this one. There's no reverse grid tricks in place. This is just simply reflecting the finishing order of race 1, and that's how they start in race 2. Now, they'll have had to make some decisions in terms of what tyres they want to put in the car. There is some rain in the air. It's definitely on its way, so by the end of this race I suspect we'll have a wet track. So I think they'll have opted for wet tyres, most of the guys that got a choice. Or when I say wet tyres, they don't run slicks or pure wet racing tyres, they just have more or less treaded tyres to choose from. But Alistair Bapty in front then, he does enjoy quite a wet track actually. He's got tremendous throttle control, and he'll enjoy throwing that massively powerful MGB GTV8 of his around. So he's on pole position in car 13. Alistair Coates, number 32, is in second position in the same type of car, and Ewan Anderson third in car 51. So 13, 32 and 51, all MGB GTV8s in various states of tune, but all immensely powerful V8 engines. And the same V8 engine that's in the Triumph GR8 of Shawnee Patterson, 88, just in fourth position. And that's how we finished in race 1. 32 in that order. Then Craig Houston, number 91, has his 6L sitting fifth on the grid alongside the orange TVR Vixen, number 62, and Andrew Kinman. Jimmy Crowe has his red Scimitar Coupe GT in 7th position, car 21, alongside John Kinman's Austin Mini. Now, if it starts raining proper, which it has, I can see windscreen wipers on, then the Mini could do rather well in this conditions. John Kinman, number 63, then let's keep an eye on him mid-grid. Jim Grant, Lotus Alan, number 25, is 9th on the grid, alongside Ian Mitchell, the outgoing champion in race 1 all over. Well, I say outgoing champion, but he's the reigning champion in number 11. 11th and 12th on the grid, number 5, Michael Longstaff, number 77, Tony Rees. Then we've got, they're a mid-engine midget. Behind them, we've got the Fiesta XR2 of Sonny Gray, the Fiat 128 of Paul Burrows, and then Richard Cooper's Janetta G15. One non-finisher in race 1 was the number 666 of Fiesta of Aaron Hunter, but I can see him at the back of the queue there, so fortunately he's managed to repair the car and put right any problems he had, and he will be joining in from the back of the grid. So going to be a tricky race for these guys. The track conditions are going to be variable as the race goes on. The track will evolve. Which way it's going to evolve, we'll wait to see. But certainly the rain radar suggests it's not going to get drier. So safety car leads them round the hairpin to the grid. Standing start again for these cars, the last racing action of the day, and you can see what Alistair Bapty enjoys the wet weather as he drifts through the hairpin. So Alistair Baptiste leads to the way to the grid. 32 car, the white car alongside him is that of Alistair Coates, second on the grid. Then the paler green MG 51 car lines up third. So those cars very, very quick. If anything, the quickest one in a straight line is Alistair Coates' 32 car. But in these conditions, first of all, you've got to have the traction. And then the other thing that we saw in race 1 is Alistair Baptiste. He may be equal or slightly behind the Alistair Coates car in straight line speed, but my goodness, he's fast on the cornering. And I think in the first laps of the race when we saw that difference in straight line speed, a lot of that may well have been down to the fact that Alistair Baptiste was just cautiously bringing his tyres in and getting up to speed before putting in lap record pace. So the cars are coming to the grid, the last 2 or 3 getting lined up. This will be a 12-lap race. And the final car now in position, ready to go. Green flag to the back. And we are good to go for 12 laps of classic sports and saloon car action. So the countdown begins, 30-second pole shown. Engine notes beginning to rise. The drivers will be selecting first gear now, ready for the off. Red lights coming on. And away we go. A good start from Baptiste. A lot of wheel spin as he went to second gear, but he sorted that out now. And a good run from Ewan Anderson from the second row of the grid. He's almost alongside Alistair Coates as they turn into Duffers for the first time. And he's got into second place. In fact, Alistair Coates drops down to third in the 32 car. And everybody tiptoeing their way through. As they go 3 wide, Shawnee Patterson trying to squeeze through into 4th position and up against the TVR Vixen, the 2 orange cars together. Shawnee Patterson gets into 4th, the TVR Vixen of Andrew Kinman drops to 5th. He made a good start actually, he got briefly up to 4th and drops down to 5th. And he somehow has managed to tiptoe through these simple conditions through as far as the chicane at least. And screen out onto Max Drake. The other 2 MGB GTV8s and Shawnee Patterson having a dive for 3rd place into the hairpin, and he manages to pass Alistair Coates going into the hairpin. So Shawnee Patterson from a long way back, but immediately repassed on the exit of the hairpin by the sheer additional horsepower of Alistair Coates' MGB GTV8. Shawnee Patterson has no answer for that one as the MGB sprints away ahead of him, but Shawnee Patterson way quicker at cornering, prepared to take maybe a few extra risks in these difficult track conditions than Alistair Coates was. But as the race goes on, Alistair Coates will have learned the track conditions. He'll know where the limits are. May not be quite so prone to such an attack next time. And Shawnee Patterson goes wide on the exit of McIntyre, just keeps it on track and no more, and drops a few car lengths back from Alistair Coates as they get onto the back straight. Then we've got the TVR Vixen of Kinman now under pressure from Craig, who started ahead of the grid, but they saw the start flat corner through the main, and the Mini now is just behind John Kinman's Mini, 63 up to 7th position. So he's made up 1 place in order. He may well make up more because the Mini is a giant killer in these conditions. So on to another lap to come, 10 laps to go, then early days yet. Alistair Baptiste, the fastest man on track, a 65.822, but that's been usurped by Alistair Coates in the 32 car. Alistair Coates a 65.588, and that's a second and a half quicker than Shawnee Patterson has managed. So Shawnee, although he challenged Alistair Coates for 3rd position at the beginning of the race, is nowhere near the pace that Alistair Coates is now managing once now that he's settled into the race, got everything warmed up and onto full chat. But having said that, Alistair Coates is not that far ahead of well, in fact no, he's just passed the 51 MGB of Ewan Anderson. So Alistair Coates has got himself up into 2nd position, but they are really having to pick their way very carefully through the far side of the circuit there, the twisty bit of the circuit, as the track conditions continue to evolve. Alistair Baptiste out in front though, and he did have a lead of 3.98 seconds at the end of the previous lap. Let's see if he's pulling away or not onto this lap. He's crossed the line now to complete his 3rd lap, and 2nd place in Alistair Coates. ahead of Ewan Anderson. Ewan Anderson has been caught hand over fist by Shawnee Patterson. As Alistair Baptiste is actually going quicker and quicker. He's now set a 64.846 second fastest lap of the race. Although it's continuing to rain, he's actually finding more and more performance on the track. So he's obviously just pushing it as far as he dares. The second place man then, Alistair Coates, is not lapping fast enough to catch Alistair Baptiste. He's about 2/10 of a lap, or 2/10 of a second slower. And they in turn are pulling well away now from Ewan Anderson. They're running a couple of seconds a lap quicker than Ewan Anderson and Shawnee Patterson. Shawnee Patterson last time out was actually in the 65, so he should be able to, in fact he is now passing the 51 car of Ewan Anderson as they head towards the hairpin. He's got to get it stopped and turned into the corner. That's the tricky bit. He's managed it though. He leads the 51 MG as they get through the apex of the corner. The MG is quick in a straight line, but not quicker than Shawnee Patterson. So Shawnee Patterson up to third position now, and he's actually got some pace there. The track conditions changed quite a bit. He might have a chance of trying to catch the two in front, but at the moment he's not lapping quite as good. He's comfortably ahead of Ewan Anderson at this stage. So that's the 4 V8 engine cars all battling amongst themselves. Meanwhile, behind them, we've got Craig Houston in the 91 car. He's still running in 5th position, with Andrew Kinmond in the TVR Vixen just a few car lengths behind them, taking it reasonably cautiously. Craig Houston started the race in 5th. He's back up to 5th, having dropped a couple of places at the start, but he's back up into 5th. And then next up we've got Andrew Kinmond and John Kinmond. Andrew Kinmond in the TVR Vixen, as just mentioned, and John Kinmond then in the Mini, not that far behind. The Mini's lapping at 68-second laps, which is quicker than Jimmy Crow's Scimitar by almost 2 seconds. So John Kinmond doing a great job on that one. He's not quite fast enough to catch the bigger engine cars ahead of him, although last time round he matched the time of the TVR Vixen, but he's certainly continuing to stay ahead of the cars behind him. In terms of class positions, Alistair Baptiste is leading the race overall and leading Class B. Class B is being led by Craig Houston in the Lotus, Class A by John Kinmond in the Mini, Class 2 by Jimmy Crow in the Scimitar. Then we go down the list. Jim Grant in Class I is the only car in that class, so he's leading that one. And then the XR class, Sonny Gray has the advantage at the moment in the 23 car. A nice battle coming across the start-finish line between the Volkswagen Golf GTI and of Tony Lees and Paul Bowers' Fiat, and they crossed the line separated by just 0.02 of a second. Paul Bowers' Fiat was 0.02 of a second behind Tony Lees' Volkswagen Golf GTI. That's about as close as you can get. That's the number 5 of Michael Longstaff, the MG midget, retires into pit lane. He's so low down I can't actually see through over the pit wall to see where he's got to, but I saw him coming into the pit lane there, and he's actually driving back round to Paddock himself. That's him winning the race as the battle between the Lotus XL and the TVR Vixen crosses the line. There's about 3 quarters of a second between the two of them. So the slightest mistake from Craig Houston and Andrew Kinmond, so we've got to keep things neat and tidy there as John Kinmond goes over the line in his Mini. Alistair Baptiste still in command of the race, and now 5.3 seconds ahead of Alistair Coates, who in turn is 4 seconds ahead of Shawnee Patterson's Triumph TR8. Here comes Alistair Baptiste now down the straight towards the hairpin. Flags at the hairpin toward Jim Grant and Sonny Gray that the faster car is coming through. They keep out of the way, and big difference in straight line speed between the Lotus Elan there of Jim Grant and the MGB GTV8 of Alistair Baptiste as they head into Duffus. So the overall order still 13, 32 and 88. Alistair Baptiste also goes to Shawnee Patterson. This is MG 51 in 4th. 5 laps to go, so we're just past the halfway point. Very unusual and rare Scimitar could be coming through. Just in front of reigning champion Ian Mitchell. Mitchell for once not leading Class A. That's being led by John Kinman, who's 2 places further up the road ahead of him. As Alistair Bapty now comes through the hairpin, and he's got the Fiat Coupe and Volkswagen Golf GTI battle ahead of him. At the moment, the advantage there is with Paul Bowers. He's in 10th position ahead of Tony Leese's Volkswagen Golf GTI in 11th, as Alistair Bapty rapidly closes in on them going towards Duffus. You should have seen him coming because they've passed the blue flag there. The blue flashing lights in these conditions, actually, the FIA LED signal boards are fantastic, actually, because blue flags you can barely see in these kind of working conditions, but the signal boards are very unmistakable. Jim Grant gets lapped by Shawnee Patterson. Jim Grant almost parking on the exit of McIntyre to get himself out of the way of the rapidly approaching Shawnee Patterson. Some of these teams can call up by a Alistair Bapty then still leads with 4 laps to go ahead of Alistair Coates, Shawnee Patterson, and Craig Houston, Andrew Kinman is a class battle. So Craig Houston in the Lotus leading Class B at the moment, but Andrew Kinman and TVR Vixen is also contending that class, although they are beginning to spread apart a little bit. Craig Houston has managed to get about 3 seconds up the road now ahead of Andrew Kinman, so that class battle at the moment resolved unless there's an unexpected event for either car. Tony Leese, the other car in Class B, he's the Golf GTI, he's down 11th place, so he's some way behind that pair. So the leader's now lapping all the way up to 9th position, I think. I'm just going to check where Alistair Bapty has got to. He's coming through Clark Corner at the moment. And yes, his next target is to lap the number 11 car in the 9th position. So lapped half the field almost by the time he gets moved to the end this time. In fact, it's probably going to be a Duffus or McIntyre. Alistair Coates now that has set the fastest lap of the race, so that's interesting. So although the rain is continuing to fall, some of these cars are actually getting quicker. So Alistair Coates in second place has now done a 1.236 second lap. We're still 3 seconds behind Alistair Bapty on the road with 2 laps to go here, but he's now lapping quicker than Bapty. A 64.2 versus Bapty's best of a 64.5. Nobody else is below the 65 second mark, so these two, the class of the field in terms of outright pace. But 2 laps to go. Could there be an upset at the front? I somehow doubt it, but even so, the gap is coming down, actually. It's definitely coming down. It was 3 seconds last time through. We'll check what it is as they go on to the final lap. But Alistair Bapty is now past the number 11 car of Ian Mitchell. His next target is to lap Jim Crow's Scimitar. Mitchell wanted a bit lapping at him because, well, actually, it's a lap because it's very fast approaching up the 32 car of Alistair Coates coming on. Alistair Bapty still lapping in the 65 last time. Still going to help the lead, so I don't think there's anything to worry about in terms of the lead, but as he crosses the start-finish line, he's done a 64.409, which is a personal best for him. But Alistair Coates responds with the fastest lap of the race, a 64.131, so the track is getting faster, unless these guys are getting more daring. But it looks like the conditions have kind of stabilised, and Alistair Bapty then leading down to Butchers for the final time of the race, ahead of Alistair Coates, who currently holds the fastest lap. And out they go onto the back straight. Now the third place man, still Shawnee Patterson in the orange TR8, and he is just heading down towards Butchers. So he's quite a distance behind the leading pair, 12 and a half seconds behind them in fact, but he is on track for the podium finish overall, and a podium in Class E. The first 4 cars on the road, all Class E cars. It's Alistair Bapty comes towards here, should be the final time. Alistair Coates in second position, and towards the checkered flag comes Alistair Bapty. He takes the checkered flag and wins his second race of the day. 32 Alistair Coates comes home second, 2.5 seconds down, so he's been a lot of time in the last couple of laps. And a couple of lapped cars to come through, and here comes Shawnee Patterson, sliding his way out of the hairpin, and he takes 3rd position overall, Shawnee Patterson, and followed home by Ewan Anderson in the 51 car. 4th in Class E, 4th overall. And then crossing the line now, 5th overall, winning Class B is Craig Houston ahead of Andrew Kinmond. So that's 91 ahead of 62. Then John Kinmond will come through. He's just heading towards the hairpin now in the little number 63 Mini, and he will win Class A. Jimmy Crow's already taken the checkered flag a lap down. He wins Class G. And Jim Grant now takes the checkered flag in Class I. So we just get an XR across the line. And for Richard Cooper to come through. Sonny Gray has come through, sorry, he wins the XR class. And then Richard Cooper is the last car to take the checkered flag, number 67, Class A car in the Ginetta there, so he's through now. So 2 non-finishers, Michael Longstaff and Aaron Hunter, unfortunately didn't make the finish. Michael Longstaff out after 5 laps, Aaron Hunter out on lap 4, so Aaron Hunter unfortunately only getting a few laps of racing done this weekend due to unreliability, but hopefully better luck when he comes out for the October race meeting, which will be the season finale. So Alistair Bapty, another dominant win for him. So he wins the race and Class E in car 13. Second overall was Alistair Coates, 32, and Shoney Patterson, 88, third overall. So that's also the 1, 2, 3 in Class E. Craig Houston, 91, the Lotus wins Class B. John Kinmond at the Mini, number 63, wins Class A. Class G, won by Jimmy Crow in the Scimitar. And then Class I, Jim Grant's Lotus, and the XR class, Sonny Gray's XR2. Fastest lap, 64.131 by Alistair Coates in car 32. And Chris, you'll be meeting them at the media building any time now.
Yeah, and right on cue as well, Alistair Bapty pulls his car, the MG number 13, into the number 1 slot, and is also our Class E winner. And it's an amazing car to see. I mean, I just love the look of this thing. And I am interested to see if he's doing any more Fonda Saloon-based outings, and he has done them on occasions, especially at this time of the year. So I'd be very interested to see if that's on the itinerary alongside the championship here. And I can see the number 11, the Vauxhall Nova, going through. That's Ian Mitchell, the defending champion. He's heading through there. And there's the VW there, who I believe is George Lee. Yeah, that's Tony Lees there going through. Great to have that car here in attendance.